Chapter 1055. The Divine Ghost Transformation was a secret technique of the Divine Ghost sect. Even the elders of the Divine Ghost sect might not know it. The corpse ghost Daoist only learned it after killing an elder of the Divine Ghost sect. Since Yi Xian also knew the Divine Ghost Transformation, wouldn't his strength increase by leaps and bounds if he refined higher-grade ghost spirits? Elder Gua refined 2 ghost spirits of the same grade, while the corpse ghost Daoist refined 1. I'm currently at 5th grade spirit disaster. If I use the Divine Ghost Transformation and refine ghost spirits of the same grade, along with my trump cards, I might be able to fight with the corpse ghost Daoist. Although the plan wasn't bad, Yi Xian still hesitated. Previously, the corpse ghost Daoist had said that the Divine Ghost Transformation carried a great risk and there was a possibility of death. No, the corpse ghost Daoist has also used it, so he must have a way to resolve this crisis. Furthermore, I have the bloodline of the divine tree of life in my body, so I should be able to resolve the remaining death aura in my body. Thinking about this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. There were still a few corpses in front of him. If he were to obtain the universe ring and kill the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect, his strength would increase by a large margin, or even break through. Furthermore, he still had 2 devouring points. At the most, he could just use them all at the crucial moment. This time, he must kill the corpse ghost Daoist. All of you, go and delay the 3 of them. Yi Xian gave the order to the 10 disciples of the ghost god sect who were at the 7th level of spirit disaster. When the 10 of them received the order, they immediately charged out. They were all inner disciples of the Divine Ghost sect, elites. It shouldn't be a problem for the 10 of them to delay the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect and the other 2 8th-grade spirit disaster ghost corpses. Young master, I want to fight as well. Luo said from within the spatial ring. Your cultivation isn't high enough, so it's best for you to stay here. Yi Xian did not let Luo out. After saying that, he swiftly charged out. Their actions instantly attracted the attention of others, including the elders of the Blood Cloud sect. Disciples of the Divine Ghost sect? I might not be able to defeat Guxiaole, but do you think I can't deal with you guys? The sect master of the Blood Cloud sect snorted and charged out. At the same time, the 2 ghost corpses did the same. In an instant, the 10 7th-grade spirit disasters of the ghost god sect started fighting with the 3 of them. On the other side, Yi Xian took advantage of the chaos to collect the interspatial rings. Wow, that brat's guts are too big. He's actually trying to steal things at this juncture? What should we do? Should we help the sect leader or run away? I don't want to stay any longer. I don't want to be killed by the corpse man. Immediately, many Blood Cloud sect disciples left. However, there were 3 corpses of the Blood Cloud cult's elders and 2 ghost corpses of 8th-grade spirit disaster. There was no need to mention the value of those corpses. They had been attracted by the battle earlier, but now that they saw what Yi Xian was doing, their eyes lit up. Bastard, you actually dare to steal the remnants of my Blood Cloud cult's elder? A Blood Cloud cult elder charged out. Keep the goodies within the family. After that Blood Cloud cult elder, 2 more people jumped out. 3 7th-grade spirit disaster experts charged towards Yi Xian. You dare to be arrogant with mere 7th-grade spirit disaster experts? A golden light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Eye of Glory. Not only that, a netherworld 10,000 ghosts banner appeared in his hand as he summoned 2 ghost spirits of 5th-grade spirit disaster. Ghost God Transformation. Yi Xian pressed one of his hands on the heads of the 2 ghost spirits. At the same time, he circulated the Ghost God Transformation and refined the 2 ghost spirits. 2 wisps of black mist flowed into his palm, and his aura instantly increased by several folds. However, the Ghost God Transformation under the Eye of Glory was different from the one used by Guxiaole and the Corpse Man. The patterns on his face weren't black, but gold. So strong. At this moment, Yi Xian could only feel boundless energy. Ding. The death aura in the host's body has reached 60%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. The system notified. No danger to my life? Yi Xian's brows twitched as he summoned another ghost spirit of 5th grade spirit disaster and used the ghost god transformation to refine it. Ding. The death aura in the host's body has reached 90%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian did not dare to continue refining. Right now, the death aura in his body had reached the upper limit. Even the divine tree of life bloodline could not suppress it. If he were to refine more ghost spirits, he would exceed the limit. However, the 3 ghost spirits allowed Yi Xian's strength to increase by at least 3 folds. Yi Xian swiftly made his move. With a sweep of the white bone sword in his hand, hundreds of black figures pounced out. The ferocious ghosts cried out. What? Ghost god transformation? The 3 blood cloud cult elders were shocked. It was one thing for Wuxia and the corpse man to use the ghost god transformation, but why did Yi Xian, a 5th grade spirit disaster brat, use it as well? Furthermore, he refined 3 ghost spirits in one go? Just when they were overwhelmed with shock, the ferocious ghosts had already surrounded them. In less than a second, the 3 of them were clawed to death by the ferocious ghosts. Their severed limbs fell to the ground as a rain of flesh and blood fell from the sky, killing 3 7th grade spirit disaster blood cloud cult elders with a single strike. Even Yi Xian was shocked by his strength. Good! Yi Xian roared in his heart as he swiftly collected the spoils of war. His strength had increased once again, but it was still unable to allow him to break through to 6th grade spirit disaster. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the blood cloud cult's patriarch. Although the blood cloud cult's patriarch was at 8th grade spirit disaster, he was still a patriarch. Furthermore, he did not go out often, so the value of the items in the universe ring should not be low. Kill! Yi Xian did not hesitate as he charged towards the blood cloud cult's patriarch. Where did this brat come from? The blood cloud cult's patriarch was shocked. Killing 3 7th grade spirit disaster elders with a single strike was something that he could do, but Yi Xian was only at 5th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, Yi Xian could use the ghost god transformation and refined more ghost spirits than Wuxia. How was this possible? However, the one who was the most shocked was the corpse ghost Daoist. Earlier on, Yi Xian had used the appearance-changing mask to conceal his aura, so he did not notice Yi Xian. But now that Yi Xian had made a move, his identity had been exposed. So you're here as well. Today, I will take care of all of you in one fell swoop. The corpse ghost Daoist roared as he suddenly slashed his sword at Yi Xian. In an instant, countless ferocious ghosts pounced out. The ferocious ghosts cried out, "I've been recognized?" Yi Xian frowned his brows. Facing over 100 ferocious ghosts, he knew that he had to use his trump card. This battle was extremely important, so he had to use all his trump cards. Summon the Golden War God. Chapter 1056. A gigantic golden sword descended, and although it only managed to slash apart a few ferocious ghosts, the immense pressure instantly caused all of them to explode. Bang! 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 Seeing this scene, the corpse man was also slightly stunned. He originally thought that Yi Xian would need to use the dragon capturing hand to resist, but he didn't expect Yi Xian's strength to increase so much. He did intentionally reveal the blood cloud sect to Yi Xian, and he also guessed that Yi Xian might reveal this to the sect of the God of Ghost. At that time, it wouldn't matter if the sect of the God of Ghost sent people to investigate, because he was hiding in a very secluded place. However, this time, the sect of the God of Ghost sent Wuxia, an elder who wanted to steal the credit, so he showed himself. He didn't expect that Yi Xian would dare to come to the Blood Cloud sect. He was really walking into a trap. Capture that brat! The corpse man shouted. Now, Elder Wuxia also noticed Yi Xian. Although he didn't know where Yi Xian came from, they were obviously on the same side. The corpse man wanted to capture Yi Xian, and he was fighting with the corpse man. An enemy's enemy is a friend, and Wuxia still understood this principle. After hearing the corpse man's words, the Blood Cloud sect's sect leader's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards Yi Xian. Good timing! Yi Xian also wanted to kill the Blood Cloud sect's sect leader. What a coincidence! The Blood Cloud sect's sect leader didn't know about Yi Xian's trump card, and was charging towards the latter aggressively. However, at this moment, Luo suddenly appeared, and 100 doppelgangers immediately appeared. At the same time, Yixin reached out with both hands. Dragon capturing hand. Dragon capturing hand. 2 golden palms suddenly appeared, catching the Blood Cloud sect leader off guard. Before he could react, he was grabbed by the 2 large hands, and a crisp sound immediately rang out. Kacha! The sect leader of the Blood Cloud sect raised his head and cried out in pain. Only now did he understand why the corpse man wanted him to capture Yixin. It turned out that Yixin actually knew a divine ability. However, it was already too late for him to realize this. 7-colored demon fire. Countless 7-colored lotuses entered the body of the Blood Cloud sect master. Luo, don't blow up the universe ring, Yixin hurriedly reminded her. Last time in Nether City, Luo blew up a bunch of yin and yang rings, so Yixin had no choice but to retreat. If he made another mistake this time, he would be in deep trouble. Don't worry, young master. Luo laughed confidently. In the next moment, the Blood Cloud sect leader's body emitted a 7-colored radiance. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the Blood Cloud sect leader spurted out a mouthful of blood. This time around, Luo had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been blasted into smithereens. However, he could only delay for a second. What he had to face next was hundreds of heaven-shocking swords. Whoosh! 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 The heaven-shocking swords swept over. Because the Blood Cloud sect leader was controlled by the 2 golden dragon-capturing hands, his body was about to explode. How could he still have the strength to defend? A crisp sound rang out as the Blood Cloud sect leader's head was tossed into the air. Immediately after, the 2 golden dragon-capturing hands threw the corpse towards Yixin. Yixin instantly turned into a stream of light and took the Blood Cloud sect leader's yin and yang ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 6th grade spirit disaster. After hearing the notification, Yixin couldn't help but reveal a confident smile. Right now, he already had the qualifications to fight with the Corpse Ghost Man. Corpse Ghost Man, let's fight. Yixin shouted angrily. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as he killed the Corpse Ghost Man, he would have completed the chain random mission. At that time, Wei Zhentian would be able to advance. Furthermore, there would be a growth contract. However, he had to kill the Corpse Ghost Man first. Brat, do you think that you have the qualifications to fight with me now? The Corpse Ghost Man's eyes flickered as he suddenly summoned a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit from the 10,000 ghost banner. Ghost God transformation. Not good. Yixin's face changed drastically. The Corpse Ghost Man had already refined a ghost spirit of the same level. If he were to refine another ghost spirit, the gap between their strengths would be widened again. Wei Zhentian, Golden Armored Battle God, go. Yixin was prepared to interrupt the Corpse Ghost Man. At the same time, he made a grabbing motion towards the Corpse Ghost Man. A golden dragon capturing hand appeared once again. However, he was still a step too slow. The Corpse Ghost Man had already flashed far away and absorbed the black fog into his body. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Guxiaolei's face changed as he summoned a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit from the 10,000 ghost banner. Ghost God transformation. Guxiaolei actually wanted to refine 3 ghost spirits of the same level. The Corpse Ghost Man's face finally changed. Guxiaolei had actually refined 3 ghost spirits of the same level. This was completely out of his expectations. Brat, I only have 3 seconds. Guxiaolei absorbed the black fog into his body and his aura skyrocketed like the Corpse Ghost Man's. Old man, since you're tired of living, I'll fulfill your wish. The Corpse Ghost Man's eyes flickered. Although Guxiaolei only had 3 seconds, as long as he escaped and dodged these 3 seconds, victory would be his. However, the arrogance in his bones would not allow him to do so. He had already hidden for so long. Since he had already shown himself today, how could he continue to hide? Kill! The Corpse Ghost Man charged forward. When Yixin heard Guxiaolei's words, his face turned pale. 3 seconds. He only had 3 seconds left. After 3 seconds, Guxiaolei would die suddenly. Fight it out. Seeing the two of them refining the ghost spirits and turning them into death aura to increase their strength, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered anymore and summoned another ghost spirit. This time, it was a ghost spirit of 6th grade spirit disaster. Ding! The death aura in the host's body has reached 60%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. The system notified. At this moment, Yi Xian recalled that he had already broken through to 6th grade spirit disaster and could refine ghost spirits of the same level. Previously, when Yi Xian broke through, the effect of the divine tree of life increased and the death aura in his body dropped from 90% to 30%. Now that he had refined another ghost spirit of 6th grade spirit disaster, his death aura had increased to 60%, which was only an increase of 30%. This meant that he could refine one more ghost spirit. Haha, corpse ghost man, you still won't die this time? Yi Xian roared as he summoned another ghost spirit of 6th grade spirit disaster and refined it. Ding! The death aura in the host's body has reached 90%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. As long as the death aura didn't reach 100%, Yi Xian wouldn't have any problems. Chapter 1057. Even though the Eye of Glory had suppressed the aura of death, the current Yi Xian exuded a sinister aura. Even the golden lines on his face had dimmed quite a bit. However, to be safe, Yi Xian decided to use his precious devouring points. Ding! Gemini bloodline strengthening successful. Ding! Gemini bloodline strengthening successful. After 2 notifications, the strength of the Gemini bloodline had increased from 30% to 50%. This battle was extremely important. Die, corpse Daoist. Yi Xian, whose strength had increased once again, charged towards the corpse man. This time, the corpse man panicked. Go! Seeing that Yi Xian had refined the 5 ghost spirits, the corpse man immediately turned around and ran. Although he didn't want to do so, his body was controlled by his conditioned reflex. You finally want to run? Stay here. Yi Xian shouted angrily as his hands suddenly stretched out. When the golden dragon-catching hands appeared, the corpse man's face sank. He quickly stopped and dodged the attack. However, he was caught by the second golden dragon-catching hands. Open! The corpse man immediately released the deathly aura in his body and tried to break free from the golden dragon-catching hands. However, another golden dragon-catching hand appeared at this moment. The first dragon-catching hand had drained Yi Xian's true qi and overdrafted his life force. However, Yi Xian was already at 6th grade spirit disaster. His true qi was sufficient to execute the golden dragon-catching hands. Even if he overdrafted his life force, it wouldn't be much. Furthermore, he still had the immortal spring water in his devouring space. After the 2 golden dragon-catching hands firmly grasped the corpse man's body continuously emitted crisp sounds. However, the corpse man had already fused with the perfect ghost fetus, so he started to repair his bones. However, one shouldn't forget that Guxiaolei was also fighting with the corpse man. Corpse man, die! Guxiaolei's eyes flickered as he gathered all the deathly aura in his body on his left fist. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. The power of this move was probably unprecedented. The corpse man better not be killed by it. The secret technique of the sect of the god of ghost, the fist of the god of ghost. Guxiaolei exhausted the last of his strength and punched out. A gloomy black fist shadow swept out from his withered fist. This punch instantly sucked away all of Guxiaolei's remaining life force. By the time this punch was unleashed, he had already died. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. Although he really wanted the corpse man to die, for the sake of the chain of random missions, he had to kill the corpse man himself. If the corpse Daoist died under this punch, the quest system would not accept it. Dragon capturing hand, go! Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He immediately controlled the 2 golden dragon capturing hands and flicked them upwards. The corpse man's face was ashen. He seemed to have seen his own death. Guxiaolei's last punch was enough to kill him. But at this critical moment, he suddenly felt that his body had moved up half a step. Boom! Yi Xian's movements were still a bit too slow. The corpse Daoist was still struck by the ghost god's fist, but fortunately, Only the lower half of the corpse Daoist's body was destroyed by the ghost god's fist. Not only that, but Yi Xian's 2 golden dragon-capturing hands were also destroyed. In this way, not only did the corpse man not die, but he also escaped. Ha, I am free. The corpse man seemed to see hope again. Although the lower half of his body was destroyed, how could a person at his level die so easily? As long as his heart and brain were not destroyed, the ghost fetus could use the death aura to heal him. But at the moment when the corpse man turned around to escape, Yi Xian also used all the death aura in his body and punched out. Using what I have learned now, Ghost God Fist. The corpse man was still rejoicing that he was not dead, but in the next moment he saw the second Ghost God Fist. His smile disappeared as he was hit by this fatal punch. Bang! The corpse man's upper body was hit and instantly turned into dust, leaving only 2 arms. Finally dead. Yi Xian looked at the pair of bare arms in the air and heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but grin. Ding. The host has completed the chain random mission. Ding. Wei Zhentian has advanced. Ding. The host and Wei Zhentian have formed a co-growth contract. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row, causing Yi Xian to understand that the corpse Daoist was truly dead. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced at the item panel. Wei Zhentian had advanced from an Earth Overlord to an Earth Overlord. Not only that, even the return of 10,000 swords had a qualitative leap, from 100 swords to 1,000 swords. However, the cooldown time was extended from 1 day to 3 days. Damn, the cooldown time was extended? Yi Xian was helpless. The return of 10,000 swords originally only had a cooldown time of 1 day, but with Wei Zhentian's advancement, the return of 10,000 swords had increased from 100 swords to 1,000 swords, which was 10 times more powerful. However, the cooldown time was also increased from 1 day to 3 days, which was 72 hours, which was equivalent to 72 hours. Forget it, the return of 10,000 swords has greatly increased its power. It will be a super trump card in the future. At this point, it was useless for Yi Xian to complain about it. Ding. The co-growth contract has been successfully signed. At this time, the system notification sounded again. This was the other reward for completing the chain random mission of killing the corpse man. After signing the co-growth contract, Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian had an even more miraculous relationship. In the future, when Yi Xian devoured ores, supreme spiritual treasures and other things, Wei Zhentian would also improve, and vice versa. In short, Wei Zhentian's improvement speed would be much faster from now on. Now, the corpse man was killed by Yi Xian. His heart, head, and ghost fetus were all destroyed by the ghost god fist. It was impossible for him to be revived. This scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding Blood Cloud sect disciples, who were shocked speechless. However, Yi Xian did not forget one thing, which was the corpse man's interspatial ring. Immediately, he dashed over and took off the corpse man's interspatial ring. However, what surprised him was that there was nothing special in the corpse man's interspatial ring except for the 10,000 ghosts banner, ghost fetus, and some refining materials. Where's the method to refine the ghost corpse? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and carefully checked again, but he did not find anything. The corpse man combined ghost spirits and battle corpses to refine a new type of fighting force, the ghost corpse. It was also because of this that he was wanted by the ghost god sect and the corpse king palace. In order to refine the ghost corpse, one had to plant the ghost fetus in the human body. Almost everyone in the land of the dead knew how to refine the ghost fetus. Yi Xian had obtained the method to refine the ghost fetus after controlling the iron-faced ghost corpse, which was Yuan Wuxin. However, he did not have the method to plant the ghost fetus in the human body, so he could not refine the ghost corpse. Chapter 1058. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sounds of battle in the distance fell into Yi Xian's ears. The corpse Daoist still had 2 ghost corpses of 8th grade spirit disaster left. After the corpse Daoist died, the 2 ghost corpses immediately turned tail and ran. Eye of control. Yi Xian hastily opened his eyes. Soon, the 2 ghost corpses were controlled. Yi Xian rushed over and swept through the 2 ghost corpses' spatial rings, But he still couldn't find the corpse Daoist's inheritance. Do you know the method to refine ghost corpses? Yi Xian asked. However, the two ghost corpses shook their heads repeatedly. Then did you recover your memories before you were refined into ghost corpses? Yi Xian asked again. Then, the two ghost corpses nodded. In that case, the corpse Daoist sealed their memories. If that's the case, Feng Wuchen should have recovered as well. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. The corpse Daoist's inheritance didn't have much effect on him. He only killed the corpse Daoist to restore Feng Wuchen to normal. No matter what, this matter had finally come to an end. Although we didn't find the corpse Daoist's inheritance, he must have hidden it somewhere. Search! Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Although he wasn't interested in the corpse Daoist's inheritance, the corpse Daoist had slaughtered countless factions. He must have a lot of wealth. If he found it, he might be able to break through again. Immediately, the 10 disciples of the sect of the God of Ghost and the 2 ghost corpses quickly rushed out and began their search. At the same time, the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect had already retreated from the sect and didn't dare to move forward. Ding! The ghost god transformation's effect has ended. The death aura is weakening. Yi Xian heard another system notification. He had to admit that the ghost god transformation was much more useful than the Beast King Rampage. The Beast King Rampage could only increase one's strength. It was useful during the human body disaster. However, Yi Xian didn't have the time to collect corpses in the later stages. Moreover, increasing one's strength was useless. Yi Xian's recent battles had all been in the air, relying on his trump cards. Increasing the toughness of his physical body would not increase his strength by much. The ghost god transformation allowed one to refine ghost spirits and convert them into death chi to increase one's strength. Not only could it strengthen one's physical body, but it could also be used as Jinqi. Although this move had side effects on others, and a moment of carelessness could result in a backlash from the death aura, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. As long as the death aura did not reach the upper limit, he would be fine. The divine ghost transformation is the secret technique of the divine ghost sect. Now that I've learned it, if the divine ghost sect finds out. No, with my current strength, I don't need to fear the divine ghost sect at all, unless a manifestation realm expert personally comes. All of a sudden, Yi Xian's confidence exploded. He knew that the Ghost God sect and Corpse King Palace in the Land of the Dead both possessed manifestation realm combat strength. The one in the sect of the God of Ghosts was a ghost spirit, while the one in the Corpse King Palace was a 1,000-year corpse king. However, both of them were dead, so their combat strength was much weaker than a true manifestation realm expert. Wanxiang realm experts possessed the power of Wanxiang. This power of Wanxiang was a bit similar to the wind force space that Yi Xian comprehended when he was in the Nihility God realm. However, the power of Wanxiang was 10,000 times stronger than the wind force space. It could move mountains and seas and even move islands. Yi Xian had also heard of the strength of a manifestation realm expert, so he did not think that he could defeat a manifestation realm expert. There was a saying in the Land of the Dead, "Those below the manifestation realm are all ants." Now, Yi Xian's subordinates had all gone out to search, but just in case, he had to search once himself. After all, he had the perceptive eye. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated, and the entire Blood Cloud sect seemed to be trembling. No, it was not seemed, it was really trembling. What? An explosive shout entered everyone's ears, shaking their hearts and souls. Underground? Yi Xian was shocked. He felt that the sound came from underground. Could it be that there was a ferocious saint beast under the Blood Cloud sect? Immediately, he quickly flew into the distance. He felt that something was about to come out from under the Blood Cloud sect. Young master, from the sound of it, it seems to be quite big. Luo Luo, who was kept in Yi Xian's storage space, reminded him. Yi Xian nodded. He did not know if the corpse ghost man or the Blood Cloud sect had put this big thing underground. Rumble. After that beast roar, the entire Blood Cloud sect's mountain collapsed. Not long later, the entire Blood Cloud sect split open from the middle, and a huge creature crawled out from the ground. It was a humanoid creature with bull horns. Its entire body was dark brown, and it looked a little like the barbaric bull demon that Yi Xian had seen before. No, it was a barbaric bull demon. It had the head of a bull, the hooves of a bull, and the body of a human. However, it was several times bigger than the barbaric bull demon that Yi Xian had seen before. It was at least 1,000 meters tall. Yi Xian subconsciously scanned it with his eye of revelation. In the next moment, he was shocked. There was actually a huge ghost fetus in this barbaric bull demon's body. Even if Yi Xian was magnified 10 times, he would not be able to compare to this ghost fetus. Holy shit! Yi Xian could not help but exclaim. The ghost fetus that he had seen before was only the size of a thumb. This ghost fetus was not the size of a fist, but was even bigger than a human. How many ghost fetus did it take? At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood why the corpse Daoist had collected so many ghost fetus and still had ghost corpses at the 8th grade spirit disaster. It turned out that he had used all of them on this barbaric bull demon. The strength of this barbaric bull demon corpse was probably even stronger than the corpse Daoist himself. This was because it was the corpse Daoist's secret weapon. However, with the fall of the corpse Daoist, this barbaric bull demon regained its freedom. Therefore, it broke through the blood cloud sect and drilled out from the ground. Boom! When this barbaric bull demon took a step, the entire ground seemed to tremble. It looked around and its terrifyingly huge eyes stared at the blood cloud sect's disciples that had yet to escape. It's the barbaric bull demon. It's the barbaric bull demon that the corpse king palace captured half a year ago. Barbaric bull demon? Is it that quasi-heaven connecting beast that killed several 9th-layer divine soul corpses of the corpse king palace? Wasn't this quasi-heaven connecting beast captured by the corpse king palace half a year ago and then sent back to the corpse king palace? Why would it appear here? It must have been intercepted by the corpse Daoist halfway and refined into a ghost corpse. However, why would it appear under our blood cloud sect? A few months ago, our blood cloud sect had many huge earthquakes. Could it be that the corpse Daoist secretly moved it under our blood cloud sect? The blood cloud sect's disciples were all shocked. However, in the next moment, they were so scared that they fled. Bang! When this barbaric bull demon corpse saw the humans, it immediately charged towards them. Chapter 1059. This demonic barbaric bull wasn't dead to begin with. It was only captured by the corpse king palace. Although it was refined into a ghost corpse, it was still controlled by the corpse man. Now that the corpse man was dead, it regained its freedom. At this moment, Yi Xian saw the demonic barbaric bull moving. In an instant, the demonic barbaric bull rushed to the front of the group of disciples and slapped. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds resounded as the barbaric bull ghost corpse smashed more than 10 blood cloud sect disciples into pieces with a single slap. Everyone run! The blood cloud sect disciples all retreated. However, there were always some who didn't care about their lives and chose to attack. However, their attacks couldn't even break through the demonic barbaric bull's defense. This demonic barbaric bull was the corpse man's secret weapon to contend against the ghost god sect. However, the corpse man couldn't use it in the end and was killed by Yi Xian with a single punch. Quasi-heaven connecting beast? When Yi Xian heard the cries of the blood cloud sect disciples and saw the demonic barbaric bull's strength, his body couldn't help but tremble. Heaven-connecting beasts were above the transcendent saint beasts. Although this demonic barbaric bull was only a quasi-heaven-connecting beast, it was still much stronger than a transcendent saint beast of 9th grade spirit disaster. This demonic barbaric bull was meticulously refined by the corpse man and is invincible. There is also a huge ghost fetus in its body. Its strength is probably comparable to a manifestation realm expert. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. If this demonic barbaric bull was allowed to kill its way to the ghost god sect, the ghost god sect would probably be in chaos. Unless the ghost spirit ancestor made a move, they wouldn't be able to do anything to this demonic barbaric bull. Young master, this big guy seems to be very powerful. Should we go? Luo Luo asked beside him. The demonic barbaric bull is still a saint beast. If I devour it, I might be able to break through. Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, This demonic barbaric bull was stronger than the corpse man. Moreover, he had already used all his trump cards. It wouldn't be easy to kill this demonic barbaric bull. However, he had just learned a new powerful martial art, the divine ghost transformation. Perhaps he would be able to put up a fight. Luo, I'm going to meet this barbaric bull demon. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he summoned 3 ghost spirits from the netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner. These 3 ghost spirits were all at 6th grade spirit disaster. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 30%. There is no danger to the host's life at the moment. Ding. The death chi in the host's body is at 60%. There is no danger to the host's life at the moment. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is at 90%. There is no danger to the host's life at the moment. 3 notifications rang out consecutively. Yi Xian had refined 3 spirits of the same level, and his strength had skyrocketed. At the same time, black patterns had appeared on his face. The ghost god transformation was very useful to him. Others might have died, but his life force was vigorous. As long as the death chi didn't suppress the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he would be fine. At that moment, Yi Xian attacked again. Young master, be careful. Luo hastily reminded him. She was no longer able to participate in a battle of this level, so she could only hide in the demonic artifact space. The barbaric bull demon also had a large amount of death chi in its body. After Yi Xian used the ghost god transformation, its huge head turned and saw Yi Xian dashing towards it. Big guy, have a taste of this move. Yi Xian wielded the white bone sword in his left hand and slashed at the barbaric bull demon. In an instant, a violent wind blew. 100 ghosts pounced towards the barbaric bull demon. Although Yi Xian didn't use the Eye of Glory, the death chi in his body was vigorous. With the enhancement of the white bone sword, this move was enough to kill an 8th grade spirit disaster expert. However, the barbaric bull devil merely swatted the 100 ghosts away with a single slap of its hand. You do have some ability. Have a taste of this move. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he kept the white bone sword in his left hand and gathered all the death chi in his body in his left hand. Secret technique of the Ghost God sect, Ghost God Fist. Boom. An eerie black fist blasted out. If this fist landed on a 9th grade spirit disaster expert, it would be enough to kill them. When the barbaric bull demon saw this move, it also raised its hand to block. But what made it flabbergasted was that its palm was pierced through by the ghost god fist. Boom. The ghost god fist pierced through the barbaric bull demon's palm and landed on its chest. The barbaric bull demon roared in pain as its chest caved in. The ghost god fist could be considered a quasi-divine ability. Although it was weaker than the dragon catcher hands, the advantage was that Yi Xian could use it without limit. Yi Xian's strength was explosive to be able to force the barbaric bull demon back with a single punch. However, the ghost fetus in the barbaric bull demon's body immediately took effect the moment it was injured. The barbaric bull demon's palm was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let's see if my attack is stronger or if your recovery is faster. Yi Xian once again gathered the death chi and threw out a punch. Ghost God Fist. Another punch pierced through the air. The barbaric bull demon raised its other hand to block, but with a boom, its palm was pierced through once again. This time, the ghost god fist landed on the barbaric bull demon's head. Boom. The barbaric bull demon's body trembled as it fell backwards. But at this moment, it quickly stomped on the ground and stabilized itself. The 2 ghost god fists consumed 85% of the death chi in Yi Xian's body, leaving him with 4% remaining. Didn't I kill you? Again. Yi Xian did not hesitate as he summoned another 3 6th grade spirit disaster spirits. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 35%. There is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 65%. There is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 95%. There is no danger to the host's life. In an instant, the death chi entered Yi Xian's body as he refined the 3 spirits. Following that, he threw out another ghost god fist. Boom. This punch was blocked by the barbaric bull demon, and in the blink of an eye, It recovered. But it was a pity that Yi Xian had comprehended the unity of man and sword through the high-grade sword comprehension pill, but it was only a unity of man and sword. Otherwise, the barbaric bull demon would have died under his hands. But Yi Xian was confident that he could kill the barbaric bull demon, because he could still use the Eye of Glory. The Eye of Glory's golden qi could increase the damage of the ghost corpses. If it was combined with the death qi in his body, he could definitely smash the barbaric bull demon's head. My eye power has yet to recover. If I use the Eye of Glory now, I will enter a blind state, and I won't be able to use the Eye of the Void. If anything happens, I won't be able to escape. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Ever since the battle in the 10,000 Flower Valley, he had been keeping an eye on himself. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would reserve some eye power to use the Eye of the Void. Chapter 1060. Ghost God Fist. Another Ghost God Fist was thrown out, but this time, it landed on the demonic barbaric bull's hoof. However, the hoof was much thicker than the demonic barbaric bull's palm, so it couldn't be penetrated. After the two Ghost God Fists, Yi Xian summoned another 3/6th grade spirit disaster ghosts and refined them. There was only a single word in his plan: delay. As long as he waited for his eye power to recover, the demonic barbaric bull would definitely die. Try this for a change: Dragon Capturing Hand. This time, Yi Xian did not use the Ghost God Fist, but stretched out his claw. In the next instant, the demonic barbaric bull's hoof was grabbed by the Dragon Capturing Hand. Even if the demonic barbaric bull's skin was thick, the Dragon Capturing Hand still managed to pierce through its flesh. My cultivation isn't high enough. Otherwise, I would have thrown you. Yi Xian was somewhat helpless. As long as the demonic barbaric bull fell, he would be able to leap up and give the demonic barbaric bull two Ghost God Fists. This way, he wouldn't have to wait for the Eye of Glory. At this moment, there were still many Blood Cloud sect's disciples that did not leave. They were dumbfounded as they watched the battle between the human and beast. Who is that person? Not only did he use the Ghost God transformation, he even killed the corpse ghost Daoist with a single punch. Now, he's even fighting with the demonic barbaric bull. Unbelievable! He's actually at 6th grade spirit disaster, the same level as me. Compared to him, I'm just an ant. What kind of joke is this? He must be at 9th grade spirit disaster. He must have been secretly nurtured by the Ghost God sect. Could it be that he's the holy son of the Ghost God sect? Impossible. The holy son of the Ghost God sect is a ghost spirit, and he's a human. Just as the Blood Cloud sect's disciples were discussing, a black figure suddenly flew over from afar. What a powerful aura! The Blood Cloud sect's disciples trembled as they turned their heads over. They realized that the black figure was an ancient palanquin. However, the 4 people that were carrying the palanquin weren't humans. They were 4 ghosts. Furthermore, they were 4 9th grade spirit disaster ghosts. Beside the palanquin was a white-haired old man. He stared at the barbaric bull in front of him and exclaimed, "Who is that brat? He actually knows my God of Ghost sect's God of Ghost transformation and God of Ghost Fist?" The Ghost God Fist was similar to the 100 Ghosts Rampage. Only ghosts could use it because there was no death chi in the human body. However, after using the Ghost God transformation, he would be able to use the Ghost God Fist. However, the 2 secret techniques of the sect of the God of Ghosts had been stolen by someone he didn't know. He had to get to the bottom of this. Immediately, the white-haired old man quickly flew out and charged towards Yi Xian. Yes, they were heading straight for Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who was fighting in the distance, raised his eyebrows when he sensed a powerful aura sweeping towards him. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that it was an elder of the God of Ghosts sect. "Brat, you are not a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghosts. Why do you know the God of Ghosts transformation and the God of Ghosts fist?" The white-haired old man flew over and asked in a questioning tone. "Elder Wuxia taught me." Yi Xian never imagined that he would encounter an elder of the God of Ghosts sect. Furthermore, it was a 9th grade spirit disaster. This was too unfortunate. "Wuxia." The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows. He and Wuxia were both elders of the God of Ghosts sect, so they naturally knew each other. Nonsense. Elder Guxiaolei is a righteous person. Why would he teach his sect's secret techniques to others? The white-haired old man clearly didn't believe him. When Yi Xian saw the white-haired old man, he stopped attacking and started to dodge. At this moment, the disciples of the God of Ghosts sect under his control dashed over. "Greetings, Elder Qin." The disciples cupped their fists. "What are you guys doing here?" The white-haired old man asked in astonishment. Yi Xian discovered traces of the corpse ghost man, so Master brought us here to investigate. However, we didn't expect the corpse ghost man to be here. After a huge battle, Master and the corpse ghost man perished together. The long-haired young man hurriedly explained. He was Guxiaolei's disciple. Corpse ghost man. Hearing this name, Elder Qin shuddered and said, "Elder Guxiaolei and the corpse ghost man perished together? Then what about his inheritance?" The universe ring is on Yi Xian. This barbarian bull ghost corpse was refined by the corpse ghost man. It's incomparably powerful. The long-haired young man continued. Yi Xian. At this moment, Elder Qin finally noticed this name. He turned his head and looked at Yi Xian, saying, "Is he really Guxiaolei's personal disciple?" "Elder Qin, we can all testify that Yi Xian is Guxiaolei's personal disciple." The other disciples of the God of Ghosts sect also stepped out to testify for Yi Xian. At this moment, Elder Qin was somewhat convinced. After all, there were disciples of other elders in front of him. "All right, then I'll believe that this kid is Elder Guxiaolei's personal disciple." Elder Qin frowned and said, "This barbarian bull ghost corpse seems to be the quasi-heaven connecting beast that the Corpse King Palace lost half a year ago. So it was intercepted by the corpse ghost man. Now that the corpse ghost man is dead, this barbarian bull ghost corpse can't fall into the hands of the Corpse King Palace. In terms of threat, the Corpse King Palace was much more powerful than the corpse ghost man. After all, the Corpse King Palace had the battle strength of the manifestation realm. This barbarian bull ghost corpse was a quasi-heaven connecting beast. If it fell into the hands of the Corpse King Palace and was carefully refined, it might be comparable to the manifestation realm. This would be a huge problem for the God of Ghosts sect. Therefore, the barbarian bull ghost corpse must be completely crushed. "Kid, you attract its attention. I'll go crush it." Elder Qin shouted angrily and suddenly rose into the sky. "Crush." Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. He was going to devour this barbarian bull ghost corpse. If it was crushed, how could he devour it? Should I kill this Elder Qin? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. However, he suddenly noticed a strange palanquin in the distance. The 4 people carrying the palanquin were all 9th grade spirit disaster ghosts. Then, the person sitting in the palanquin was definitely not an ordinary person. Although his aura is only at 9th grade spirit disaster, he's definitely an expert. Could it be the holy son of the God of Ghosts sect? Yi Xian's brows twitched. The God of Ghosts sect had a holy son who was going to take over the position of sect master. However, this holy son of the God of Ghosts sect was the same as the ancestor. He was also a ghost spirit, but an enlightened one. In other words, he had the consciousness of a human. This Elder Qin was easy to deal with, but the Holy Son wasn't ordinary. If Yi Xian still had a trump card, it would be fine. However, he didn't even have the Eye of Glory, so it was better to forget about it. Forget it. Now that I've become a disciple that Elder Guxiaolei has privately accepted, my aptitude is above any genius of the God of Ghosts sect. Therefore I'll be fine. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. Chapter 1061. With this, Yi Xian no longer needed to use the Ghost God transformation because Elder Qin had already used it. Ghost God transformation. Elder Qin directly devoured a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit, causing the death aura in his body to surge. Although Elder Guxiaolei is a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit, the sect of the God of Ghost has existed for thousands of years. A 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit is nothing. Since Elder Qin is casually using the Ghost God transformation, he should have trained it to the 1st level. Yi Xian attracted the barbaric bull demon's attention as he looked at Elder Qin. His Ghost God transformation didn't have many levels, as long as his death aura didn't reach 100%. For others, as long as they reached the first level, they would be able to refine a ghost spirit of the same level without being affected. If they reached the second level, they would be able to refine 2 ghosts easily. It was said that someone in the sect of the God of Ghost had reached the 3rd level of the ghost god transformation, allowing them to refine 3 ghosts of the same level without being affected. Elder Guixiaole hadn't even reached the 1st level, so he only had 3 seconds to refine 3 ghosts of the same level. After 3 seconds, he would die without a doubt. At this moment, Elder Qin had already arrived above the barbaric bull demon's head. The barbaric bull demon was pincered from 2 sides and seemed to be slightly powerless. Go to hell. Elder Qin circulated the death aura in his body, and after dodging the barbaric bull demon's slap, he threw out a punch. The ghost god fist directly split open the barbaric bull demon's head and pierced through its brain. However, the barbaric bull demon was a ghost corpse. Although its brain and heart were its vital points, it would only be unable to move after being destroyed. As long as the ghost fetus was treated, it would be reborn. But right at this moment, after throwing out a punch, Elder Qin suddenly dove down and drilled into the barbaric bull demon's head. So that's how it is. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately understood Elder Qin's intention. The latter wanted to find the ghost fetus and destroy it. Although his eye energy wasn't enough to use the Eye of Glory, the Eye of Revelation had the lowest energy consumption. Relying on the Eye of Insight, Yi Xian directly saw Elder Qin, who had drilled into the barbarian ox demon's body, head down and begin to search for the enormous ghost fetus. Elder Qin, the ghost fetus is below your right chest. Yi Xian hastily shouted. When Elder Qin, who was inside the barbaric ox demon's body, heard this, he immediately tore open the barbaric ox demon's flesh and found the huge ghost fetus at the location Yi Xian had mentioned. Ghost God Fist. Elder Qin once again gathered the death chi and punched out. Bang! The ghost god fist tore through the barbaric ox's body. At the same time, the ghost fetus inside the barbaric ox's corpse was also destroyed. The barbaric ox could no longer recover. Good chance. Outside, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Using the death energy in his body, he punched the barbaric bull demon's head again. Bang! The barbaric bull demon's head burst open, directly exploding, flesh and blood flying everywhere. In fact, this demonic bull ghost corpse hadn't been finished yet. In other words, the ghost man had overestimated his ability. After all, the ghost corpse Dao he had created was still too young compared to the sect of the God of Ghost and the Corpse King Palace, which had existed for thousands of years. In the sect of the God of Ghosts, there were at least 5 humans who could challenge this devilish corpse alone, not counting the ghost spirits who had lived for hundreds of years. If the ghost spirits' ancestors were included, there were at least 20 of them. Plop! The dead barbaric ox demon was like a mountain that smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. However, Yi Xian had seen something even bigger back in Nether City. This 1,000-meter-tall barbaric ox demon was nothing compared to it. The ghost fetus was destroyed, and the barbaric ox demon's head burst open. It was already dead. Immediately, Elder Qin came out of the barbaric ox demon's body and directly put the dead barbaric ox demon into his yin and yang ring. This barbaric ox demon's corpse will be brought back to the ghost god sect for the sect master to deal with. No matter what, it cannot fall into the hands of the Corpse King Palace. Elder Qin thought to himself. The Corpse King Palace could not only refine human corpses, but also beast corpses. If they could obtain this quasi-heaven-reaching beast's corpse, there would be another super battle force. Fortunately, he encountered it. Kid, where is the corpse man's inheritance? After the barbaric ox demon died, Elder Qin immediately asked. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly threw the corpse man's yin and yang ring, as well as all his own yin and yang rings, to Elder Qin. Elder Qin sensed for a moment and found that Yi Xian did not have any more yin and yang rings, so he began to search through them. Unfortunately, there wasn't what he wanted inside. Where is the corpse man's inheritance? Elder Qin frowned and looked at Yi Xian, questioning him. I don't know. The moment the corpse man died, this barbaric ox demon corpse appeared. Yi Xian shook his head. He really did not obtain the corpse man's inheritance because he was not interested. Then it should be somewhere else. Search. Elder Qin did not say anything and directly turned to the Blood Cloud sect. Yi Xian also entered the Blood Cloud sect with the others to search for the corpse man's inheritance. However, Yi Xian felt that it would not be so easy. The corpse man combined ghost spirits and battle corpses to refine ghost corpses of a higher level. This was his blood, sweat, and tears. How could he give it up so easily? Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the corpse man did not leave behind the refining method. Therefore, with his death, the method to refine ghost corpses was lost. This time, they spent more than half a day looking for him. During this time, Yi Xian constantly paid attention to the palanquin. This holy son of the god of ghosts sect was quite arrogant. He did not even show up once. After half a day, Elder Qin and Yi Xian did not find anything. Forget it. The corpse man is extremely selfish. I'm afraid that he did not leave behind the refining method. However, the god of ghosts sect captured ghost corpses before. I think we can research it ourselves. Let's not look for it. Elder Qin decided to give up. There were many experts in the god of ghosts sect. There was even the ghost spirit ancestor who had lived for hundreds of years. They could refine ghost corpses with some time. Therefore, in the eyes of the god of ghosts sect and the corpse king palace, the corpse man was actually a clown. He was not valued at all. The god of ghosts sect's attention had always been on the corpse king palace. Of course, if the corpse man was given a few years to refine more powerful ghost corpses, he could really pose a threat to the god of ghosts sect and the corpse king palace. Elder Qin, what should we do now? The long-haired youth rushed forward and asked. The Holy Sun is refining the beast soul of a quasi-heavenly reaching beast. He will be breaking through to the manifestation realm soon. I have to immediately escort the Holy Sun back to the god of ghosts sect. Elder Qin said slowly. Manifestation realm? Everyone trembled. They had guessed that the Holy Sun was sitting in the palanquin. However, they did not expect the Holy Sun to be stuck at such an important juncture. Chapter 1062. I'm afraid that the Corpse King Palace is chasing after us. I'm afraid that we will be intercepted along the way. When Elder Qin finished speaking, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. Brat, you're a disciple that Elder Guxiaolei took in privately. You should be crippled of your cultivation, but seeing that you have outstanding talent, you can officially join my ghost god sect. Are you willing? Aren't you just asking me to escort the Holy Sun back? You're making it sound so dignified. Yi Xian was filled with disdain in his heart, but he still replied, sure. Since that's the case, you can follow the Holy Sun and escort him back to the ghost god sect. Elder Qin's eyes lit up. He had seen Yi Xian's strength, and he wasn't any weaker than him. If the two of them worked together, it would be much safer. Right? Where's Elder Guxiaolei's corpse? Before they left, Elder Qin suddenly asked. After the corpse ghost Daoist died, the remaining two ghost corpses took away most of the corpses. The long-haired youth replied. That's a pity. If the corpse was still around, Elder Guxiaolei might have been able to revive as a ghost spirit. Elder Qin sighed. The ghost god sect could turn a person into a ghost spirit after death and enlighten them. After enlightening them, the ghost spirit would be able to recover their memories and live for a long time. Of course, enlightening them wasn't 100% success rate. Furthermore, Guxiaolei had died using the ghost god transformation. Even if it was successful, the chances of enlightening them would be close to zero. Thus, Elder Qin did not ask further. You guys can return on your own. Set off the sedan. Elder Qin did not say anything and directly flew to the side of the sedan. This group of ghost god sect disciples were only at 7th grade spirit disaster, while the 4 ghost spirits carrying the sedan were at 9th grade spirit disaster. The difference in speed between the two was too great, so Elder Qin did not allow them to follow. As for Yi Xian, he could follow. But just when the sedan was lifted up, a notification rang out. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission to escort the Holy Sun of the Ghost God sect. You are not allowed to use the Eye of the Void during the escort. If you use it, you will fail the mission. If you fail the mission, your Heavenly Eye bloodline will drop once. The sudden notification from the system made Yi Xian dumbfounded. Damn it! Not only that, the Heavenly Eye bloodline. If I fail the mission, the Heavenly Eye bloodline will drop once? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. This F***king system, you can't cheat me like this. He had just completed a chain of random missions, and now there was another one. Not only were they all linked together, but there was also a punishment if he failed the first round of the mission. However, this was also a benefit given to him by the system. After completing the chain random quest of killing the corpse artist, Wei Zhentian had leveled up once and even signed a growth contract with him. The reward was very good. Elder Qin said that the Holy Sun is refining the beast soul and is in the middle of cultivation. If he encounters the Corpse King Palace's experts, only Elder Qin and I can deal with him. Yi Xian also understood in his heart, so he immediately followed. Hopefully, this chain of random missions would give him another generous reward. Soon Yi Xian was on his way. Due to the restrictions of the mission, he was not allowed to use the Eye of the Void, so he had to be careful. The Blood Cloud sect was not far from the Ghost God sect. When Yi Xian came, he took 3 days. Now, with the speed of the 4 Ninth Spirit Disaster Ghosts, they only needed 1 day. Kid, what stage of the Ghost God transformation are you at? Elder Qin couldn't help but ask on the way to the Ghost God sect. The 3rd stage. Yi Xian casually replied. In fact, after he copied the Ghost God transformation, he didn't even reach the 1st stage. However, he had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline in his body, so he could suppress the death aura of 3 ghosts of the same level. After refining 3 ghosts of the same level, he was at the 3rd stage of the Ghost God transformation. What? The 3rd stage? Elder Qin was shocked. He was only at the 1st stage, so refining a ghost of the same level shouldn't be a problem. However, Yi Xian had actually reached the 3rd stage. No wonder he was so strong. Elder Qin felt that he had hit the jackpot this time. In the future, Yi Xian would definitely be a powerful force in the Ghost God sect. Kid, the Corpse King Palace could be lying in ambush at any time. Don't let your guard down. Their top-grade battle corpses are not any weaker than the Barbarian Bull Ghost Corpse from before. Elder Qin reminded. Top-grade battle corpses? When Yi Xian heard this, his eyebrows twitched slightly. The Corpse King Palace could refine human and beast corpses, but most of them were human corpses, so he couldn't devour them. He only hoped that the other party would send some beast corpses. It would be best if they were at the level of quasi-heaven connecting beasts. Of course, he hoped that the other party would come half a day later. Half a day later, his trump card would be off cooldown. Yi Xian acted as a bodyguard and ran wildly on the ground. For the first half of the day, nothing happened. Ding. Summon the Golden War God is off cooldown. Ding. Overlord's Limitless Sword is off cooldown. After half a day, Yi Xian finally heard 2 system notifications. The cooldown of the 2 trump cards was finally off cooldown. Summon the Golden War God. Because Yi Xian's realm was too low, his strength wasn't strong. He was probably similar to the 9th Spirit Disaster Ghost Spirit that carried the Palanquin. However, the Golden Armored War God could use the Overlord's Limitless Sword, which was a very useful move. As for Yi Xian's greatest trump card, Return of 10,000 Swords, it was still on cooldown. After Wei Zhentian advanced, Return of 10,000 Swords increased from 100 to 1,000, but its cooldown was extended to 3 days. Only 1 day had passed, so Yi Xian couldn't use it yet. There are many top-notch battle corpses in the Corpse King Palace, as well as the past palace masters and grand elders. They have all refined themselves into battle corpses and retained their memories. Although their realms haven't reached the manifestation realm, they should have reached the pinnacle of the 3 sovereign disasters. I can't be careless. Yi Xian ran wildly on the ground. Even if someone tried to intercept him, they would probably ignore him. After all, he was only at the 6th Spirit Disaster realm. At this moment, they would be able to return to the Divine Ghost sect in half a day. However, right at this moment, Wang! Yi Xian, who was running wildly on the ground, suddenly felt that something was amiss. The ground beneath his feet seemed to be slightly trembling. The trembling was extremely small, so small that even an expert of the 9th Spirit Disaster realm would find it hard to detect. However, Yi Xian had the perceptive eyes, so he could clearly feel the trembling. Elder Qin, there's something below. Yi Xian immediately shouted towards the sky. Chapter 1063. Elder Qin, there's something below. What? Hearing that, Elder Qin immediately reacted. It's the Corpse King Palace's earth-walking corpses. Earth-walking corpses are a type of battle corpse refined by the Corpse King Palace. They specialize in drilling through the ground, similar to the profound earth movement technique. However, their speed is more than 100 times faster than the earth movement technique. When Elder Qin heard Yi Xian's words, he didn't believe it, but to be safe, he still sent a palm strike towards the ground. A huge palm strike landed, instantly shattering the ground. At the same time, an aura leaked out from the ground, which Elder Qin sensed. Battle corpse. Elder Qin's expression changed. He walks the path of the ghost god, so he has a strong sense for undead. He sensed that there were at least 5 earth-walking corpses below. Although this palm strike killed all the earth-walking corpses, there were definitely more in the surroundings. We've been exposed. Quickly get rid of all the earth-walking corpses. Elder Qin roared at Yi Xian. At the same time, he took out a myriad ghost banner and released over 100 ghost spirits. If they didn't get rid of the earth-walking corpses, they would be ambushed by a large number of Corpse King Palace experts. Yi Xian also understood this, so he flew into the sky and continuously attacked the ground. Bang! 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 The ground shattered as if it was the end of the world. Yi Xian's goal wasn't to kill the earth-walking corpses, but to blast open the ground. With the eye of perception, he could capture the exact location of the earth-walking corpses and kill them. Fierce ghost tears break. Fierce ghost tears break. Fierce ghosts constantly pounced towards the ground and tore apart the earth-walking corpses below. These earth-walking corpses weren't strong, with the strongest being at 8th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, Yi Xian had an endless supply of ghost spirits, so the earth-walking corpses' speed was rapidly decreasing. In just a few breaths, over 100 earth-walking corpses were dealt with. There are actually so many? Yi Xian was also shocked. If there were only a few dozen, he probably wouldn't have discovered them. I didn't expect to be followed by so many earth-walking corpses. Perhaps we were already targeted when we were in the Blood Cloud sect. These earth-walking corpses are constantly leaving marks along the way. I'm afraid there will soon be Corpse King Palace experts chasing after us. Elder Qin's, of course, the corpses were only responsible for following them. Their battle strength weren't strong, so they wouldn't be exposed. Brat, don't worry about them. Even if we kill them all, we won't be able to kill them all. Let's continue on our way. There is a city in front of us. We can use it to hide our auras. Elder Qin shouted and immediately brought the palanquin in a certain direction. There were a large number of humans in the city, and most importantly, there was a formation that prevented the walking corpses from entering. When the time came, they could use other methods to escape. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, he felt that the corpse man was a complete fool. He dared to challenge the 2 major forces in the land of the dead with his little strength. He was really courting death. No wonder Elder Guxiaolei dared to go alone to take the credit. There were a total of 4 auras that entered the range of the eye of perception. All of them were stronger than the corpse man. Among them, there were 2 auras with extremely dense death chi. Obviously, they were top-level battle corpses. We can't leave. Elder Qin gave up on escaping and turned to look. After a while, 4 figures entered his sight. I didn't expect to be caught by you guys. Elder Qin looked at the newcomers and said slowly, Tsuke, you dare to rob my Corpse King Palace's things by yourself? I advise you to obediently come out. A middle-aged man walked out. Beside him was an old man. As for the remaining 2, they were battle corpses refined by themselves. Their strength was not weaker than theirs. 2 Corpse King Palace elders and 2 top-level battle corpses. This is troublesome. Humph, you were chased by me like a dog last time. This time, you just have 2 more helpers? Elder Qin looked disdainful. Last time, he only encountered this middle-aged man and a top-level battle corpse. Although there were 2 more people now, he had Yi Xian as a helper, so he was not afraid at all. Elder Qin, hand over the quasi-heavenly beast's corpse and I can leave you with a complete corpse. The middle-aged man looked at Elder Qin and said, the quasi-heavenly beast's corpse was not the demon bull's corpse, but the other corpse that Elder Qin and the saint had fought over in the Corpse King Palace's territory. As for the quasi-heavenly beast's Saint Beast's soul, it had already fallen into the saint's hands. Complete corpse? I'm afraid you want to refine my corpse into a battle corpse, right? Elder Qin showed a disdainful look and said, don't talk nonsense. If you want to go, then go. Since you want to die so quickly, I'll fulfill your wish. The middle-aged man let out a low roar as he charged towards Elder Qin with his top-grade battle corpse. As for the other old man, he brought his battle corpse and rushed toward the palanquin. Although there were 4 9th-grade spirit disaster ghost spirits beside the palanquin, ghost spirits were originally weaker than humans. Furthermore, this time, the Corpse King Palace's top-notch fighting strength had come, so these 4 9th-grade spirit disaster ghost spirits were just decorations. Yi Xian blocked them. Elder Qin's face sank as he roared and summoned a spirit disaster to refine it. Divine Ghost Transformation. At the same time, Yi Xian also summoned 3 6th-grade spirit disaster spirits. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 30%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 60%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 90%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. After the 3 spirit disasters were refined, the death chi entered Yi Xian's body, causing Yi Xian's aura to soar. Don't forget about me. This time, I'll use you guys to break through. Yi Xian looked at the old man and the top-level battle corpse. The black patterns on his face suddenly changed and turned into a dark gold color. Eye of Glory! When this aura spread out, it startled the 2 experts from the Corpse King Palace. Those who block me shall die. The gray-robed old man roared and threw a punch at Yi Xian. His true chi instantly formed into a white bone arm and smashed towards Yi Xian. Pseudo-divine ability? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The martial art that the old man used was probably on the same level as the Divine Ghost Fist. Although it wasn't at the level of a divine ability, it was close. Even if you know it, I know it too. Divine Ghost Fist. Yi Xian gathered the death chi in his right hand and threw it out. A dark golden fist shadow blasted out and collided with the opponent's bony arm. Boom. Chapter 1064. The gray-robed elder was shocked. After all, Yi Xian was only at 6th-grade spirit disaster. It was unbelievable that he was able to block his punch. Although I don't know where you came from, you dare to block my path? The gray-robed elder threw out another punch. Another bony arm smashed towards Yi Xian. Ghost God Fist. Yi Xian used the remaining death aura to counterattack. Boom! Another wave of air swept across the area. However, the elder was still controlling a top-grade battle corpse. Summon the Golden War God. Yi Xian didn't dare to hold back anymore. He quickly revealed his trump card. After the Golden Armor War God appeared, he slashed at the battle corpse. Overlord's limitless sword. Boom. Gotcha. The top-grade battle corpse's bones were shattered in many places. However, it didn't affect its movement. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed. He quickly dashed towards the top-grade battle corpse in an attempt to stop it. Dragon-catching hand. A huge golden hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the top-grade battle corpse. The golden true energy started to burn the corpse's flesh, making sizzling sounds. Superpower? Everyone's expression changed. Even Elder Qin didn't expect Yi Xian to know a superpower. Let's get rid of you first. Yi Xian refined another 3 ghost spirits and threw a ghost god's fist at the top-level battle corpse that was captured. Puff, puff. The wind howled. The dark golden fist broke through the air and landed on the top-grade battle corpse. Although the top-grade battle corpse's body was extremely tough, it couldn't withstand Yi Xian's full-strength punch. After all, Yi Xian's golden true energy was mixed in the punch. The top-grade battle corpse's upper body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Brat, How dare you destroy my battle corpse? The gray-robed elder was enraged. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yi Xian in one strike. However, Yi Xian's ghost god fist could be used without limit. Bang! Another shockwave swept out. In less than 2 seconds after the battle started, the Corpse King Palace lost one of their top-grade ghost corpses. The original 4 versus 2 had turned into 3 versus 2. Old man, let's see if you can still use it. Yi Xian refined the 3 ghost spirits. The death aura once again gathered and blasted it at the gray-robed elder. Not good. The gray-robed elder's expression darkened. He quickly took out a new battle corpse to block in front of him. Although this new battle corpse was weaker than a top-level battle corpse, its defense was stronger than a top-level battle corpse. At this moment he was using the battle corpses. Boom! The ghost god's fist landed on the body of the meat shield warrior, instantly shattering it. Then, the gray-robed elder was also shaken by the aftershock of the ghost god's fist. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying. Yi Xian's. To Yi. To Yi Xian's. Dragon-catching hand. Yi Xian's true qi was drained in an instant. At the same time, he overdrew his life force. The golden dragon-catching hand appeared again and pinched the gray-robed elder. If Yi Xian had enough true qi, he would not need to overdraw his life force to use the dragon-catching hand. However, he had just used it once. Hence, he overdrew his life force. However, as long as he could kill the gray-robed elder, he did not mind overdrawing his life force. Caught by the golden dragon-catching hand, the gray-robed elder could not break free. He could only watch as Yi Xian used the ghost god transformation again. Old man, you think I can't kill you this time? Yi Xian roared angrily. Another dark golden ghost god's fist was launched. This time, the gray-robed elder was restrained by the dragon-catching hand. He could not summon the battle corpse to block the attack. Boom! The ghost god's fist landed on the gray-robed elder and penetrated his upper body. Even the battle corpse with amazing defense was instantly killed. There was no way the gray-robed elder was still alive. After he died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. It was a pity that there wasn't much inside. Damn it. I couldn't break through. Yi Xian sighed. He looked at the other middle-aged man with undisguised killing intent. In just a few seconds, Yi Xian killed 2 of the Corpse King Palace's top fighters. This strength was enough to intimidate Elder Qin and the middle-aged man. How can he be so strong? The same thought flashed through their minds. Elder Qin had only beaten the middle-aged man and his battle corpse to a pulp, but Yi Xian was able to kill him in only a few seconds. Not good. But when the middle-aged man saw Yi Xian rushing towards him, he immediately turned around and fled. It's too late to leave now. Elder Qin quickly chased after him and attacked continuously to prevent him from leaving. At the same time, Yi Xian also rushed over. Capture the leader first. As long as the middle-aged man was killed, the remaining top-level battle corpse would not be a threat. Dragon-catching hand. Ghost god's fist. The middle-aged man was weaker than Elder Qin to begin with. The latter was able to defeat the middle-aged man even though he was fighting 2 people at once. Now that Yi Xian was involved, the middle-aged man was instantly beaten up like a dog. However, at this moment, a shout came from afar. However, Yi Xian had already made his move. Ghost god's fist. No! The middle-aged man could not dodge the punch and his head exploded. At the same time, Yi Xian sensed an extremely strong aura of death. Thump! Yi Xian's heart twitched violently. In the next moment, he saw a figure rushing towards him. Corpse King? Elder Qin also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Corpse King Palace's Corpse King had the combat strength of the Manifestation Realm. Although it couldn't use the power of Manifestation Realm, it wasn't something that a person of the 3 sovereign disasters could fight against. Oh no! Yi Xian did not dare to delay. He hurriedly rushed over and took the middle-aged man's universe ring. However, the thing inside was still not enough for him to break through. This was bad. However, before he could open his mouth, the Corpse King had already arrived in front of them. The strong aura of death suppressed their hearts and made them feel suffocated. The corpse king had the appearance of a bald man. He was bare-chested and his muscular body was covered with livor mortis spots of various sizes. Who would have thought that the corpse king palace would actually send a corpse king this time? This was big trouble. How dare you kill my corpse king palace's people? The burly man said coldly. He had already died 100 years ago. However, the corpse king palace refined his corpse into a battle corpse and enlightened him, allowing him to recover his memories. This was also the first time that Yi Xian saw a corpse that could speak. You are the Vajra corpse king? Elder Qin swallowed another mouthful of saliva and asked in horror. Chapter 1065. After hearing the muscular man admit it, Elder Qin's heart trembled again. The Vajra corpse king was the one with the strongest defense among all the corpse kings in the corpse king palace. Apart from the ghost spirit ancestor, no one in the sect of the god of ghost could break through its defense. Aside from its strong defense, the Vajra corpse king was ranked at the bottom of the corpse king palace. But unfortunately, even if it was ranked at the bottom, it wasn't something that Elder Qin and Yi Xian could deal with. So what if it's the Vajra corpse king? This is the territory of my sect of the god of ghost. If you dare to make a move here, you will be challenging the authority of my sect of the god of ghost. Although Elder Qin was afraid of the Vajra corpse king, he felt a little more confident when he thought of his background being the sect of the god of ghost. So what if it's the sect of the god of ghost? It's not like your ghost spirit ancestor hasn't made a move in our territory before. The Vajra corpse king coldly snorted, I won't say much to you. Since you dared to kill the people of my corpse king palace, you should be prepared to die. Even if the ghost spirit ancestor appears today, I will kill you all. When the Vajra corpse king finished speaking, its figure flashed and instantly crossed 1,000 meters to appear in front of Elder Qin. Boom! The Vajra corpse king lightly punched and directly penetrated Elder Qin's chest. The latter subconsciously swallowed his saliva and looked at the thick arm in front of his chest. He finally understood the gap between him and a manifestation realm expert. Although the Vajra corpse king didn't have the strength of manifestation realm, it wasn't something that a 9th grade spirit disaster couldn't fight against. I will bring your corpse back and refine it into a battle corpse. As soon as the Vajra corpse king finished speaking, Elder Qin's heart was crushed with a pop. Elder Qin wasn't like Yi Xian. He didn't have the eye of eternity. The moment his heart exploded, his eyes turned white and he died instantly. A single strike killed Elder Qin. This was the strength of a manifestation realm expert. Kid, you are quite strong. I will also bring you back and refine you into a battle corpse. The Vajra corpse king suddenly turned its head and its gaze fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. This time, he did not dare to stay any longer. Even if he failed the mission, he had to escape. He reckoned that he could survive this attack. After all, his eyes were his weak points. When the time came, all he had to do was pass through the void door. However, just as he was about to use the eyes of the void, a powerful aura suddenly made his heart tremble again. Bang! The palanquin suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from it, directly attacking the Vajra corpse king. What? The Vajra corpse king and Yi Xian were shocked. The ghost spirit saint's son had awakened? Yi Xian hurriedly took a look and realized that it was a female ghost spirit. This ghost spirit saint child had a heaven-shaking appearance, a graceful figure, slender thighs, and even her hands were different from others. She didn't have sharp nails, and even her eyes weren't completely red. She looked almost like a human. However, her body was still translucent. After the ghost spirit saint child appeared, she immediately charged towards the Vajra corpse king. The latter was slightly stunned, because he felt that this ghost spirit saint child was extraordinary. Just entered the manifestation realm? Watch how I beat your soul. The Vajra corpse king sensed the aura emitted by the other party, and with a roar, it charged forward. Manifestation realm? Yi Xian's brows twitched. The ghost spirit saint child actually broke through at such a crucial moment. This was too timely. However, why did he feel that he had seen this ghost spirit saint child before? It must be an illusion. Yi Xian shook his head. In his netherworld 10,000 ghost banner, there were tens of thousands of ghost spirits, and this was only referring to those above 6th grade spirit disaster. As for those below 6th grade spirit disaster, the unit was calculated in hundreds of thousands. In the blink of an eye, the ghost spirit Saint Child and the Vajra Corpse King exchanged blows, and Yi Xian also quickly retreated. A battle of this level wasn't something that he could interfere in. However, his attention was drawn to another place, which was Elder Qin's corpse. As the ghost spirit Saint Child and the Vajra Corpse King fought, Yi Xian stealthily swept over and kept Elder Qin's corpse. Naturally, there was also Elder Qin's universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 7th grade spirit disaster. A system notification rang out. However, even if Yi Xian had broken through, he still couldn't interfere in this battle. Even if I use the Ghost God transformation and fuse with 3 7th grade spirit disaster ghosts, the Vajra Corpse King can still kill me with a single punch. It's best that I don't interfere in order to prevent my head from exploding. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he couldn't. The Vajra Corpse King was known for its defense, but its speed was 2 times faster than a 7th grade spirit disaster brat like him. If he wasn't careful, he would be in trouble. Thus, it was better for him to be a spectator. Although the ghost spirit Saint Child didn't have sharp nails, her hands could condense the aura of death into blades. Every time she attacked, she would leave a red mark on the Vajra Corpse King's body. The Vajra Corpse King's defense was indeed the strongest in the Corpse King Palace. The ghost spirit Saint Child's attack was actually unable to break through its defense. Little girl, don't think that you're powerful just because you're fast. Taste this move. The Vajra Corpse King roared as it opened its mouth. Following that, a fishy stench spread out. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw a green bug rushing out of the Vajra Corpse King's throat. Bang! The green bug suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of green mist that rapidly spread out. The ghost spirit Saint Child accidentally came into contact with some of it and her entire spiritual body twitched. Fortunately, the ghost spirit Saint Child didn't come into contact with much of the green mist. After frowning her brows, she pulled away from the Vajra Corpse King. This is the green corpse worm refined by my Corpse King Palace. It's specially used to deal with the ghost spirit ancestor. Little girl, you're pretty quick to dodge. Otherwise, I would have scattered your soul. The Vajra Corpse King sneered. The ghost spirit Saint Child snorted and didn't care at all. In the next moment, her eyes bloomed with a demonic bloody light. The bloody light condensed into a line and shone on the Vajra Corpse King's shoulder. Bang! The Vajra Corpse King's shoulders suddenly exploded. The Vajra Corpse King was forced to take 2 steps back, but fortunately, his defensive power was amazing and he wasn't injured. What kind of move is this? The Vajra Corpse King was shocked. The Corpse King Palace and the Ghost God sect had fought for so many years, but this was the first time he saw this move. The ghost spirit Saint Child ignored him and continued to attack. Bang! 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 The Vajra Corpse King was forced to retreat. Although he wasn't injured, the Vajra Corpse King still cried out in pain. At this moment, the ghost spirit Saint Child quickly punched out. A black fist broke through the air and blasted the Vajra Corpse King. Ghost God Fist. Chapter 1066. Ah, little girl, I have lived for more than 150 years. You think you can kill me? The Vajra Corpse King laughed in pain. The number 1 defense of the Corpse King Palace wasn't just for show. The ghost spirit saint ignored his ridicule and continued to attack. Yi Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, also felt that it was inconceivable. What is that red ray? Since when did the ghost spirit saint have such a move? He felt that this was a little similar to his disintegration eye, but it wasn't quite the same as the red ray that exploded wherever it shone. At this moment, Yi Xian recalled his dissection eye. My dissection eye might be useful against this Vajra Corpse King. His eyes flickered as he used the ghost spirit transformation, and his aura instantly soared. When the Vajra Corpse King saw Yi Xian approaching, Yi Xian couldn't help but shout, "You brat, you dare to interfere! You're courting death!" A white bone arm smashed towards Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had used the ghost god transformation. In addition to the effects of the Beast King's Berserk, agility advancement, and Gemini bloodline, his speed was only 20 to 30% slower than the Vajra Corpse King. The white bone arm swept past Yi Xian as Yi Xian quickly approached the Vajra Corpse King. Under the Ghost Spirit Saint's suppression, he directly used the Dissection Eye. The Vajra Corpse King was known for its defense, so it wouldn't dodge in a battle and would always face it head-on. Even the Ghost Spirit Saint's attack couldn't do anything to it, so what could Yi Xian, a 7th grade spirit disaster brat, do? Buzz buzz. 2 dissection rays landed on the Vajra Corpse King's thigh. The Vajra Corpse King snorted in ridicule and didn't care about it. But in the next moment, its face changed. How is this possible? My Vajra Corpse membrane was broken. The Vajra Corpse King widened its eyes. Although it was only a little, it still noticed it. This membrane was the reason why its defense was so strong. Now that it was broken, the Ghost Spirit Saint's attack would be able to injure it. The Ghost Spirit Saint also noticed something. With a glare, the Vajra Corpse King's thigh exploded once again. This time there was blood. Bastard, I'll kill you! The Vajra Corpse King was furious and focused all its attention on Yi Xian. Although the Ghost Spirit Holy Sun had broken through to the manifestation realm, he still could not do anything to him. However, if he cooperated with Yi Xian, his situation would become dangerous. Therefore, he would kill Yi Xian first. However, the Ghost Spirit Saint's son would not let him go so easily. Bang! 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 The Ghost Spirit Saint child continued to attack the Vajra Corpse King. Because the latter's speed was not as fast as the Ghost Spirit Saint child's, it was unable to break through the encirclement. Little girl, get out of my way. The Vajra Corpse King was currently a little flustered and exasperated. If he was unable to break through, then he would not be able to kill Yi Xian. If Yi Xian were to use the Eye of Disintegration again, he would be in for a tragedy. However, he tried to break through 10 times, and the Ghost Spirit Holy Sun still beat him back. In these 10 times, Yi Xian's disintegration ray landed on the Vajra Corpse King's body twice. The Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King broke open again, and blood flowed out. The Vajra Corpse King's blood was not red, but thick black. Moreover, the stench was extremely strong, like rotten food. It was disgusting. The black blood dripped onto the ground, and the grass on the ground withered in an instant. Looking at the changes on the ground, the Vajra Corpse King suddenly had the thought of retreating. He reckoned that if he continued to fight he might die here. It was better to leave first. Little girl, stinking brat, just you wait. You better not fall into my hands, or I will use the cruelest method to torture you. The Vajra Corpse King spat out vicious words as he fled. Yi Xian was also drunk. A dignified Corpse King was actually beaten away by them, and it was even cursing as it ran. Was this still a dead person? Beat a drowning dog, chase. Yi Xian did not say anything and hurriedly chased after it. However, when he passed by the Ghost Spirit Holy Sun, he was stopped by the latter. Stop chasing. The Ghost Spirit Holy Sun said softly. But Yi Xian was very surprised. If they joined forces, they already had the strength to kill the Vajra Corpse King. Why didn't they chase? However, in the next moment, he understood that the Ghost Spirit Holy Sun was also at the end of his strength. If they continued to fight, it was not certain who would die. At this time, the Ghost Spirit Holy Sun's face was a little green. Obviously, it was the poison of the green corpse worm. This poison could actually affect the spirit body. Let's go. The Ghost Spirit Holy Sun put one hand on Yi Xian's shoulder and directly dragged him away. His speed was twice as fast as Yi Xian. Yi Xian was forcibly taken away, and even the walking corpses on the ground did not follow. Not long after they left, the Vajra Corpse King appeared again. Damn, I actually fell into a trap. I thought the green corpse worm had no effect. It turns out that the girl was holding on. The Vajra Corpse King cursed and shouted, "Search for her for me. If you can't find her, then die for me." The walking corpses below did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly scattered. However, this time, it was not so easy to find. Last time, because the Blood Cloud Sect's barbarian bull devil corpse broke out of the mountain, The movement was very big, and Yi Xian was running on the ground, so he was discovered by the walking corpses. This time, the ghost spirit Holy Sun directly took Yi Xian to the sky, and the walking corpses could no longer feel it. At this time, Yi Xian was being carried by the ghost spirit Holy Sun as if he was sitting on an interstellar rocket. Are you okay? Yi Xian looked at the ghost spirit Holy Sun and could not help but ask. The female ghost spirit in front of him was the Holy Sun of the God of Ghost sect. She must have been enlightened, which meant that her IQ was not lower than that of humans. She must be able to understand his words. However, the ghost spirit Holy Sun's first words shocked him to the core. You don't recognize me? The ghost spirit Holy Sun said in a clear and pleasant voice. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously froze for a moment. What was this? Could it be that he had met the ghost spirit Holy Sun before? The first time we met was in the ghost tomb in the ghost tomb territory. The ghost spirit Holy Sun spoke again. What? Yi Xian's tiger body froze. Wasn't the ghost tomb territory on the Blood Rock continent? He remembered that not long after he entered the Blood Rock continent, he was caught by Old Monster Hong and brought to the ghost tomb territory. And during the trip to the ghost tomb, he released a ghost king. No, it should be said that it was a little lowly. Could it be? Impossible. How long has it been and you've grown so big? Yi Xian did not dare to believe it. A few years ago, she was just a little lowly, but a few years later, she had grown into a big sister. This was illogical. I've been dead for many years, but later, I was found by the ghost spirit Holy Ancestor who was wandering around the Blood Rock continent and brought to the God of Ghost sect. After the ghost spirit Holy Sun finished speaking, she suddenly turned to Yi Xian and said, Right, I'm called Yu. Chapter 1067. After hearing this, Yi Xian also reacted. When he first met the ghost king Little Lowly, she had already been dead for God knows how many years. She was old enough to be his ancestor, so it was not a big deal that she had turned into an older sister. However, Yi Xian still couldn't accept that a Little Lowly had turned into a long-legged older sister in the blink of an eye. But now was not the time to care about this. Is your poison all right? Yi Xian asked. The poison of this green corpse worm is very harmful to my spiritual body. Fortunately, I didn't touch too much of it, otherwise we would have died there. Yu shook her head. That's good. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yu had only met him a few times, they had fought side by side before. Now that they could meet again, it could be considered fate. Yi Xian also didn't expect that the Ghost King Little Lowly of the sect of the God of Ghost was actually the Ghost King Little Lowly he had saved that day. He still remembered that during the battle for the Wood Spirit Fruit, he had saved Yu from the 100 Ghost Elder once. Now that he was saved by Yu, they were even. This time, they were intercepted by the Corpse King Palace. Although Elder Qin was dead, the Vajra Corpse King didn't collect Elder Qin's body because Yu had broken out of seclusion. After that, Elder Qin's body was collected by Yi Xian. When they reached the sect of the God of Ghost, Elder Qin might be resurrected as a ghost spirit. All in all, they had profited this time. They only sacrificed an elder, but they destroyed 2 of the Corpse King Palace's top battle corpses and even forced the Vajra Corpse King to retreat. It was a good result. With Yu leading the way, there was no danger for the rest of the journey. 3 hours later, Yu brought Yi Xian back to the sect of the God of Ghost. At the same time, the poison in Yu's body was neutralized by her. Welcome back, Saint. A group of disciples said respectfully after seeing her. Yu was the Ghost King Little Lowly and the next sect master of the God of Ghost. At the same time, when Yu swept into the sect of the God of Ghost, Yi Xian also heard a system notification sound. Ding! The first round of random mission completed. With the mission completed, Yi Xian had avoided the risk of the Heavenly Eye God race's bloodline regressing. However, there would be a second round of the mission, but he didn't know what it was. Yu was already an expert in the manifestation realm. Although she did not possess the power of manifestation, her aura was superior to most of the people in the sect of the God of Ghost. She had just returned when several figures appeared in the sky. My dear disciple, you broke through? A white-haired old man flew over. Yi Xian's mind trembled fiercely. The newcomers' auras were no weaker than Yuyu's. They were clearly all manifestation realm experts. However, they were not humans. They were all ghosts. It was not that easy for a human to break through to the manifestation realm. No one from the sect of the God of Ghosts had succeeded in the past 1,000 years. Among them, the white-haired old man who spoke was the ancestor of the God of Ghosts sect. He was also Yuyu's master. Master, this disciple has already broken through, but when Elder Qin was escorting me back, he was killed by the Vajra Corpse King of the Corpse King Palace. Yu took out Elder Qin's corpse from the specially made interspatial ring. Vajra Corpse King? When the experts heard that, they were shocked. Immediately used the spirit gathering array to revive Elder Qin, the ancestor of the God of Ghosts sect instructed. Then, a ghost spirit carried Elder Qin's body away. After a person died, there wasn't a 100% chance of being revived as a ghost. At the same time, there wasn't a 100% chance of being enlightened and regaining their memories after being revived. Otherwise, if the God of Ghosts sect could be revived as a ghost every time someone died, the land of the dead would have long been unified. As for those 9th-grade spirit disaster ghosts, they were all raised from low-grade ghost embryos. The God of Ghosts sect treated their elders well. They immediately activated the spirit gathering array and prepared to revive Elder Qin. Yi Xian was pretty lucky to be able to witness the revival ceremony. But right at this moment, the ancestor of the God of Ghosts sect suddenly looked at Yi Xian and asked, "You, why did you bring him back?" "He's my old friend Yi Xian. It's all thanks to him that we were able to force the Vajra Corpse King back," Yu quickly introduced. "What? A 7th-grade spirit disaster helped you force the Vajra Corpse King back?" The ancestor of the God of Ghosts sect felt that it was a little exaggerated. In the God of Ghosts sect, there were thousands of 7th-grade spirit disaster disciples. Although these disciples could challenge those above them, they couldn't defeat a single Vajra Corpse King. Yi Xian was also at 7th-grade spirit disaster, so how could he force the Vajra Corpse King back? "Master, he and I have known each other for many years, so I secretly taught him the God of Ghost Transformation and God of Ghost Fist. Right now, he has already reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost Transformation." Yu explained. God of Ghost Transformation, 3rd stage? When the experts heard that, they were shocked. The God of Ghost Transformation was something that only humans could cultivate. Even when these experts were still alive, not all of them had reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost Transformation. In the 1,000 years of the God of Ghost sect, there were probably less than 20 people who had reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost Transformation. The Vajra Corpse King's defense is shocking. After I broke through, I couldn't break through its defense even with the blood eyes of extermination. However, Yi Xian could, so I worked together with him to force the Vajra Corpse King back. Yu explained in detail. After hearing that, the experts in the surroundings felt that it was inconceivable. Even Yu, who was at the manifestation realm, couldn't break through the Vajra Corpse King's defense, so it was simply a miracle that Yi Xian, who was at 7th-grade spirit disaster, could do it. Since he's a good friend of my disciple, then I'll forget about teaching him the God of Ghost Transformation. The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect was extremely generous, but no one would pursue this matter when they saw it. After all, Yi Xian was a seed with great potential. If he was nurtured in the future, he might be able to break through to the manifestation realm. One must know that the God of Ghost sect had never produced a human manifestation realm expert. "Master, I still have something to report." Yu suddenly recalled something. That was the green corpse worm. She immediately recounted the incident to him. Green corpse worm? It can cause a lot of damage to us spiritual bodies. You only got a little bit of it and still haven't gotten rid of it? The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect narrowed his red eyes and said, "I understand. I'll have people pay more attention later. If we encounter these green corpse worms in the future, it's best to catch one so that we can study it." At this moment, the resurrection ceremony had begun. A few ancestors of the God of Ghost sect placed Elder Qin's corpse on the ground and formed a spirit gathering array. Ding! Copying of spirit gathering array completed. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian would habitually use the Eye of Revelation to scan. After all, The eye energy consumed by the Eye of Revelation was about the same as the recovery speed. Even if Yi Xian kept the Eye of Revelation open all day, it would be fine. Chapter 1068. In less than 10 seconds, an apparition appeared in Elder Qin's body. This was Elder Qin's apparition, but he had no memories of his previous life. He was just a killing machine. But I want blood. Elder Qin's apparition roared like a wild beast, but he didn't dare to move, or rather, he couldn't move at all with the apparition ancestors around. The spirit-gathering formation helped Elder Qin condense his apparition. His aura grew stronger bit by bit, and half a minute later, his apparition reached its limit. Elder Qin had successfully condensed his apparition, but this was only the first step. The second step was enlightenment. Enlightenment spell. A few human elders from the sect of the God of Ghosts jumped out and made a few hand seals, then sent them into Elder Qin's apparition. The success rate of enlightenment wasn't 100%, so Elder Qin might fail and become a wandering ghost with only killing intent. In the end, he would be refined into a fighting apparition. At this juncture of the resurrection ceremony, the surrounding people and apparitions didn't dare to make a noise. They waited quietly. Qin Jingnan. I am Qin Jingnan. Elder Qin opened his mouth and said his name. The few elders of the God of Ghosts sect continued to perform the enlightening mantra and sent it all into Elder Qin's spiritual body. Elder Qin began to regain his memories of his previous life bit by bit. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. When Yu Yu was still a cute little girl, she was already enlightened. She was different from those apparitions that only knew how to kill. She had her own consciousness, and she also had the blood eyes of destruction that other apparitions didn't have. It seemed that Yu Yu might have a special constitution. It was Yi Xian's first time seeing apparitions with special constitutions. Sect of the God of Ghosts? I've been resurrected? At this moment, Elder Qin, who was in the spirit-gathering formation, was suddenly able to speak fluently. Enlightenment was a success. The surrounding people were all elders of the sect of the God of Ghosts, so the chances of enlightenment were greatly increased. Elder Qin's resurrection was a success. Elder Qin, you've done well in escorting Yu Yu this time. You've made a great contribution. The sect of the God of Ghosts ancestor nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, ancestor. Elder Qin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Saint, for bringing my corpse back. This time, it's all thanks to Elder Qin. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. As Yu Yu spoke, she directly threw Elder Qin's Qian Kun ring back to him. Although Elder Qin was still unable to use a human's Qian Kun ring, Yu Yu still reminded him, I have already destroyed the 2 quasi-Tong Tian beast corpses in the Qian Kun ring. Elder Qin nodded, not thinking too much into it. In fact, the 2 quasi-heaven-connecting beast corpses were devoured by Yi Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through to 7th-grade spirit disaster. The quasi-heavenly beast's corpse gave quite a lot of experience, but Yi Xian regretted that neither of the corpses had a beast soul. One of the beast souls had been refined by Yu, while the other had been forcibly taken out by the corpse ghost man. It should have been refined as well. If both beast souls were given to Yi Xian, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 8th level spirit difficulty. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. Elder Qin had been revived, but the second round of Yi Xian's random mission had yet to appear. It seemed that the time wasn't up yet, which meant that it couldn't be triggered. The escort mission had ended, but the second round of the random mission had yet to be triggered. Thus, Yi Xian could only stay in the sect of the God of Ghost for the time being. At this moment, the sect of the God of Ghost that Yi Xian was standing on was a major power in the land of the dead. Thus, he had to properly plan how to level up. Right, the sect of the God of Ghost might have something that can be used to forge sets. Let's forge a set first. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this problem. The materials required to forge a bloodline set were extremely rare, but there was another set that could be forged first, which was the Eye of Radiance set. The Eye of Radiance set was below the Heavenly Eye set, so it required more materials. Thus, the sect of the God of Ghost might have it. Right now, I'm so poor that I can't even make a sound. I can only rely on items. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the exchange system. He was standing on the sect of the God of Ghost, so he had to exchange for items from the Tao of Ghost. 100 Ghost Battle Armor. Increase the defense of the spiritual body. Ghost Devouring Pearl. You can gain benefits from using Ghost Fetus to strengthen yourself. Dark Ghost Dagger. A weapon used by ghosts. Its attack power is stronger than nails. Yi Xian glanced at it roughly and did not look at it carefully. He directly exchanged for some items and played with them. However, the most important thing was a martial art used by ghosts. No, it should be a pseudo-theurgy. I can't exchange for theurgy, but pseudo-theurgy is fine. With a thought, Yi Xian exchanged for a pseudo-theurgy called Ghost Haste. It was specially made for ghosts to learn. Next, he would use these items to make a deal with the sect of the God of Ghost. Young Master, Sister Ghost is here. Luo reminded him. Yi Xian nodded. He had the eye of perception, so he had already sensed that familiar aura. At this moment, the translucent Yu landed in Yi Xian's courtyard. You came at the right time. I have something here that the sect of the God of Ghost might be able to use. Yi Xian directly said when he saw Yu land. With his relationship with Yu, this deal was definitely not a problem. At that moment, he began to introduce these things to them. If these items are in large quantities, they can greatly improve the sect of the God of Ghost. I can agree on behalf of my master. What do you need? Yu's gaze fell on Yi Xian again. To be honest, Yi Xian was still a little unaccustomed to Yu's sudden growth from a lowly to a mature woman. However, Yu's figure was still remarkable. Her slender white legs were actually translucent, which made her stand out from the rest. After glancing at Yu's scarlet eyes, Yi Xian took out a piece of paper from his interspatial ring. I can make 1,000 sets of these. These are the items I need. As for the rest, exchange them for treasures or forging materials. Yi Xian handed over the paper. It contained the items needed to forge the Eye of Glory. Yu glanced at it and replied, although these items are rare, the sect of the God of Ghosts still has them. You have them? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This was good news for him. Without wasting any time, Nie Yen purchased 100 sets of equipment from the exchange system, as well as the swift ghost steps. Alright, I'll get them for you. Yu put away all the items and flew away. Chapter 1069. Young Master, how did you get acquainted with Big Sister Guiling? Luo couldn't help asking. In the Blood Cliff continent, I met her much earlier than you. But back then she was only 5 years old. In a blink of an eye, she's even older than you, Yi Xian explained. Guiling maintained her appearance before she died. This Big Sister Guiling must have grown up after cultivating. Luo suddenly smiled. Young Master, could it be that you've taken a fancy to this Big Sister Guiling? Cough, how is that possible? I haven't found your young madam yet. Yi Xian awkwardly smiled. He was only looking at her with admiration. It had been a year since Song Suijing and Song Caijue were captured. He had also broken through from the early sovereign realm to the spirit disaster, but his strength was still insufficient in front of the Yin-Yang ancestor. Back then, Yang Zhen said that it would take 10 years to reach the world-crossing teleportation array from the Blood Cliff sect. But that was based on Yang Zhen's first-grade true energy disaster. Right now, he was at the 7th-grade spirit disaster. No one was faster than him in the 3 sovereign realms disaster. If he were to head to the world-crossing teleportation array now, he would only need half a month to reach there. But so what if he reached there? Without strength, he wouldn't be able to find the Yin-Yang ancestor even if he went to the glazed light sacred ground. Very quickly, Yu returned. At the same time, she brought back the materials that Yi Xian needed, as well as the treasures of heaven and earth. I have everything that you want. As for the rest, we'll split them equally. Yu handed over an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Great. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the materials for the radiant set were all gathered. As for the rest of the ores, he would devour them himself. This way, Wei Zhentian could also improve. As for the rest of the treasures, he would leave them for Luo. After all, she was only at the 4th-grade spirit disaster. Luo's moves had both power and control, which would be of great help to Yi Xian. After receiving the interspatial ring, Yi Xian did not waste any time and directly devoured the ores. Although the ores couldn't help him break through to the 8th grade spirit disaster, they could greatly increase Wei Zhentian's strength. Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. After a series of notifications, Wei Zhentian had actually reached 9th grade spirit disaster. T, I'm pissed seeing you break through so easily, Yi Xian said in his mind. Naturally, his words were meant for Wei Zhentian. Now that he and Wei Zhentian had formed a mutual growth contract, as long as he devoured ores, Wei Zhentian would also devour an equivalent amount of ores. In addition to the beast god's bloodlines enhancement, Wei Zhentian instantly broke through to become a grade 9, grade 3 supreme spiritual treasure. Ding! Wei Zhentian has reached the level limit. The system prompted again. Level cap? Does this mean that if I don't break through to the manifestation realm, Wei Zhentian won't be able to improve any further? Yi Xian frowned, but he didn't take it to heart. Wei Zhentian, who was at 9th grade spirit disaster, was so tough that even Yu might not be able to destroy it. Then Yi Xian gave the rest of the treasures to Luo so that she could break through in a short time. Next, the Corpse King Palace might make a big move. You can stay in the God of Ghosts sect for now. Yu suddenly said. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Yi Xian nodded his head. He was also waiting for the second round of the random mission to be triggered. This wasn't an ordinary thing. It seemed to be able to predict certain things. Therefore, he stayed here and waited quietly. Luo, who was at 4th grade spirit disaster, had obtained a top grade treasure. Her cultivation speed was faster than a rocket. As for Yi Xian, he started to forge the Eye of Glory set. But while he was forging, Yi Xian suddenly heard a system notification. What? When forging the Eye of Glory set, the skill to summon the Golden War God will disappear. Yi Xian was shocked. However, the Eye of Glory set was definitely better than nothing. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and started forging. Ding! Eye of Glory set completed. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian took a glance and realized that he couldn't summon the Golden War God anymore. Come, let me see the effect of the Glory set. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he used the Eye of Glory. After using the Eye of Glory, the system also notified Yi Xian whether to wear the Glory set. Of course, he chose to wear it. Yi Xian, who had golden hair and golden eyes, suddenly wore a golden armor. However, it was much more handsome than the dragon-patterned golden armor. This golden armor was called the Glorious Golden Armor. It could increase the strength of one's chi again. The skill to summon the Golden War God is missing. However, the strength of the golden chi has increased. It also increased the defense. Even the transformation time has increased. This glory set is not bad. Overall, Yi Xian was quite satisfied. Although the Golden War God was gone, the Golden War God was summoned according to his realm. It was too weak to challenge those of a higher realm. Moreover, he could use the Emperor's boundless sword himself. Therefore, it didn't matter if the skill was gone. At this moment, what Yi Xian wanted the most was to find an opponent to fight with. Very quickly, a day had passed. In this day, Luolua's rapid refinement allowed her to break through from 4th grade spirit disaster to 6th grade spirit disaster. She was only one realm lower than Yi Xian. For someone like Luoluo who possessed a superior bloodline, as long as there were treasures, she would be able to quickly increase her strength. Although her speed couldn't be compared to Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian, it had already surpassed everyone in the God of Ghosts sect. Yi Xian was getting more and more interested in Luolua's bloodline. He wondered what level of expert Luolua's ancestor, the heavenly loathed fox, was. Another day passed and Luoluo broke through from 6th grade spirit disaster to 7th grade spirit disaster. At the same time, Yi Xian's myriad swords return to origin finally refreshed its cooldown. It's already been 2 days. Why hasn't the second round of the chain mission appeared? Could it be that the system has crashed? Yi Xian, who was in the courtyard, was extremely vexed. He had been waiting for the second round of the chain mission. However, who knew that it wouldn't be triggered? It was a waste of his time. Forget it. Since it hasn't been triggered, I'll go out and train myself so that I can break through to the manifestation realm as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he decided to leave the God of Ghost sect. Right now, he was at 7th grade spirit disaster, Lu Luo was also at 7th grade spirit disaster, and Wei Zhentian was at 9th grade spirit disaster. Even if they were to encounter the Vajra Corpse King again, they should be able to put up a fight. However, just when he was about to inform Yu Yu, the latter took the initiative to look for him. "Where are you going?" Yu Yu asked when she saw that Yi Xian was about to leave. "I'm going out to train," Yi Xian replied. Chapter 1070. After hearing this news, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The second round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Kill the Vajra Corpse King within 3 days. If the mission fails, the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline will regress once. The second round of the mission was finally triggered. Kill the Manifestation Realm Vajra Corpse King within 3 days? If the mission fails, the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline will regress once again? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It seemed that this mission had to be completed. Okay. Immediately he agreed to it. With Yu Yu and Luo Luo around, the Vajra Corpse King would definitely die if it encountered them again. Then let's go find the Vajra Corpse King. It's said that it's currently wandering around the Blood Cloud sect. Yu Yu suggested. Back then she and the Vajra Corpse King were evenly matched. However, she was tricked by the Vajra Corpse King's green corpse worm, so this grudge must be avenged. Okay. Yi Xian nodded again. This was indeed a predictive ability. The chain random mission was actually the same as the reason why Yu Yu came to find him. What the hell? However, coincidentally, the Vajra Corpse King was still wandering around the Blood Cloud sect. This saved them a lot of time. Since the Vajra Corpse King is near the Blood Cloud sect, then there's no need to hurry. Let's go. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly used the Eye of the Void and broke open a void door. Then he brought Luo Luo and Yu Yu in. Isn't this the place where we fought that day? When Yu Yu passed through the void door, she discovered that it was actually the place where they fought the Vajra Corpse King. One had to know that even with her speed, she would need 2 to 3 hours to rush back. However, today she only took 1 step. Sister Yu Yu, this is why young master is so amazing. Luo Luo said proudly. Yu Yu didn't know what to say. However, this was obviously Yi Xian's secret, so she didn't ask anymore. This place is only half a day's journey away from the Blood Cloud sect. We'll reach the Blood Cloud sect in another 3 hours. As she spoke, she suddenly took out a skull-shaped token from her Qian Kun ring and glanced at it. The Vajra Corpse King destroyed the Black Mountain territory an hour ago and spread the zombie poison plague there. Yu Yu said with a solemn expression. Other than refining corpses, the Corpse King Palace also refined poisons. This way, they could increase their battle prowess. The Vajra Corpse King was also annoyed by Yi Xian, so it took this area to vent its anger. Not a single blade of grass grew in the places where the plague spread. Moreover, the dead would become walking corpses, killing everyone they saw like ghosts. There's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately. Yi Xian was also impatient to kill the Vajra Corpse King and take revenge for that day. Of course, the most important thing was to complete the second round of the random mission. An hour later, Yi Xian and the other 2 arrived at the Black Mountain territory. However, at this moment, the Black Mountain territory was littered with corpses. Some were lying on the ground, while others were moving like walking corpses. We're late. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Yu Yu, saying, Where did the Vajra Corpse King go? No one has sent any news yet. Let's look for it. Yu Yu suggested. Okay, then let's split up and search. Yi Xian nodded and immediately split into 2. He let his doppelganger follow Yu Yu and Luo Luo, while his original body left to search. The second round of the random mission did not state that the use of the Eyes of the Void was prohibited. Therefore, as long as one side found the Vajra Corpse King, the other side could immediately break through the void and go over. Yi Xian splitting into 2 caused Yu Yu to be deeply astonished. She felt more and more that Yi Xian wasn't ordinary. Thinking back, when Yi Xian was in the Ghost Tomb territory, he was only at the 4th stage of the spirit realm. Compared to now, the difference between him at that time was many times greater. Immediately, they split into two and began to search for the Vajra Corpse King. An hour before they left the sect of the God of Ghosts, the Vajra Corpse King had just destroyed this place, and they spent another hour on the road. Therefore, they were 2 hours behind the Vajra Corpse King. However, don't forget that the Corpse King Palace had a type of battle corpse called the Walking Corpse. Soon, the Vajra Corpse King found Yi Xian's original body. "Brat, you dare to come back? See if I don't kill you today." Somewhere in the land of the dead, the topless Vajra Corpse King couldn't help but let out a low roar. Immediately, he rushed in a certain direction. At this time, Yi Xian was still searching in the distance and did not notice that danger was approaching. Fortunately, he still had the eyes of perception. Yi Xian, who was searching, suddenly sensed a powerful aura. This aura was outside his perception range, but because it was too powerful, he caught it in advance. This aura was very gloomy, and Yi Xian was very familiar with it. "Found you, Vajra Corpse King." Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately located the location. In the next moment, Yu Luo and his clone stepped through the void door. The clone and the original body instantly merged, and their strength soared by 50%. After the Gemini bloodline evolved several times, a double fusion would increase their strength by 50%, and a triple fusion would increase their strength by 60%. Therefore, Yi Xian usually fought with a double fusion. "Is he here?" Yu passed through the void door and came to Yi Xian's side. She felt the aura rushing in front of her, and she also became alert. Last time, they fought to a draw with the Vajra Corpse King, but in fact, they lost. This time, she and Yi Xian were both in peak condition and must kill the Vajra Corpse King that spread the plague. Soon, the Vajra Corpse King appeared in front of the three. Little girl, why are you here?" The Vajra Corpse King asked in surprise after arriving. Just now, the Earth Zombies report said that there was only Yi Xian, but now there was another one? That day, Yi Xian joined forces with Yu and caused damage to the Vajra Corpse King. If Yu hadn't been poisoned by the green corpse worm, she would have continued to pursue the Vajra Corpse King. "Vajra Corpse King, how have you been?" Yi Xian looked at the Vajra Corpse King with a smirk. Last time, he couldn't kill the Vajra Corpse King, but this time, he was in peak condition. Coupled with the cooldown of 10,000 swords, if the Vajra Corpse King didn't die today, he would take off his head and kick it like a ball. Anyway, even if he took off his head and kicked it like a ball, he wouldn't die. After all, he had the Eye of Eternity bloodline. "Little girl, stinking brat, you left early that day. Today, I will take revenge for that day." The Vajra Corpse King roared in a deep voice. Today, he was the same as Yi Xian. He had the determination to win. Chapter 1071. Why is this Vajra Corpse King so confident today? Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. If Yu hadn't been poisoned that day, they would have killed the Vajra Corpse King. But today, they were in peak condition. Not only did the Vajra Corpse King not escape, it even cursed at them. So, they had to be careful. Luo, find an opportunity to control it. We'll kill it in one strike. Yi Xian said to Luo in her mind. "Yes, okay." Luo replied. When they passed through the void gate, Yi Xian had already hidden Luo in the abyss space so that he could launch a sneak attack. Although Luo was only at 7th grade spirit disaster, which was the same as Yi Xian had broken the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King. So, the Vajra Corpse King wouldn't underestimate anyone now, even if they were at 1st grade spirit disaster. Both sides faced each other for a few seconds before they attacked at the same time. Whoosh! Yu took the lead and rushed over. She was using the swift specter steps that Yi Xian had given to the God of Ghost sect. Her speed was at least 30% faster than before. The Vajra Corpse King's speed was already slower than hers. Now it was simply too slow. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the Eye of Dissection on the Vajra Corpse King. The Eye of Dissection's dissection effect could break the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King. However, the Vajra Corpse King had prepared a feast for Yi Xian and Yu right from the start. "Come out!" The Vajra Corpse King roared. In the next moment, the ground cracked and countless earth zombies drilled out from the ground. "What?" Yu Yu and Yi Xian were shocked when they saw this. The soil in the land of the dead was different from other places. Yi Xian's eye of revelation could only penetrate tens of thousands of meters, but these earth zombies were hidden deep. Accept the baptism of the green corpse poison, little girl. The Vajra corpse king laughed. At this moment, the earth zombies opened their mouths and spat out the green corpse worms in their bodies. These hundreds of green corpse worms were all targeted at Yu Yu. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although they had long known that there were walking corpses following them underground, they hadn't expected that there would be a green corpse worm planted in their bodies. If Yu Yu was hit by so much poisonous fog, her spirit body would probably disintegrate in an instant. Yu Yu's face darkened when she saw the green corpse worms coming from all directions. She glared and used her special blood eyes of extermination to destroy the green corpse worms from a distance. At the same time, a silver-white armor appeared around her body. 100 Ghost Armor. This 100 Ghost Battle Armor was given to the Ghost God sect by Yi Xian. As the name implied, this 100 Ghost Battle Armor was used to increase the defense of ghost spirits. The higher the level of ghost spirits, the stronger the defense of the 100 Ghost Battle Armor. Bang! 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 One by one, the green corpse worms exploded like balloons, and poisonous mist filled the air. After Yu Yu took out the ghost armor, she immediately rose into the air and cleverly avoided the poisonous mist. She was a ghost spirit in the manifestation realm, after all. The 100 Ghost Armor's strength was beyond her imagination. This 100 Ghost Armor helped her block a large amount of poisonous fog. However, when she rushed out of the poisonous mist, the ghost armor was already full of holes from corrosion. Of course, Yu Yu was also accidentally infected with some green corpse poison. It was much worse than before, but fortunately, it wasn't fatal. How is this possible? Little girl, you actually survived? The Vajra corpse king couldn't help but exclaim. He had already planted all the green corpse worms into the bodies of these earth-walking corpses. In his plan, these green corpse worms could at least poison the ghost spirit's patriarch to death. He did not expect that even Yu Yu, who had just broken through to the manifestation realm, could block it. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yu Yu wasn't infected with much green corpse poison. Fortunately, she had the ghost armor this time. Otherwise, Yu Yu's spirit body would have disintegrated instantly. This green eerie corpse bug was seriously too terrifying. Damn it, I should have asked for more from the green corpse king. The Vajra corpse king cursed. These green corpse worms were refined by the Vajra corpse king of the Corpse King Palace. They were only harmful to ghost spirits, and the damage was very high. Yu Yu, are you alright? Yi Xian immediately rushed over and asked. I'm fine. I can neutralize it. Yu shook her head. She could neutralize the green corpse worm's poison with time, but with the Vajra corpse king as her enemy, there was no time to neutralize it. However, the current Yi Xian's combat strength was much stronger than before. Myriad swords returned to origin, go. Yi Xian finally used his greatest trump card. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Quake sword split into thousands of sword images and flew towards the Vajra corpse king. What the hell is this? The Vajra corpse king's first reaction was that he had fallen into an illusion. But Yi Xian was only at the 7th grade spirit disaster, so how could he fall for it? Before Wei Zhentian advanced, there were only 100 swords. But now that Wei Zhentian had advanced, there were 1,000 swords. Thousands of 9th grade spirit disaster skyquake swords flew towards the Vajra corpse king. The Vajra corpse king was instantly surrounded. Shortly after, the skyquake swords shuttled back and forth, emitting clanging sounds. The Vajra corpse king was known for his defense, and he was the strongest corpse king in the Corpse King Palace. Although the myriad sword's return to origin was strong, it couldn't break through his Vajra corpse membrane. Therefore, he still needed to coordinate with Yi Xian's eye of disintegration. Clone. When the skyquake swords attacked, Yi Xian split into two and ran on the ground. Brat, you're courting death. The Vajra corpse king didn't care about the humiliation and threw a punch at Yi Xian. But in the next moment, his attack was blocked by a massive skyquake sword. Spiritual sword array. Boom! 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 The skyquake swords descended and surrounded the Vajra corpse king, leaving behind dozens of holes. Eye of disintegration. Yi Xian's original body and clone were constantly moving around, using the holes left behind by the spiritual sword array to attack the Vajra corpse king. His eye of disintegration could break through the Vajra corpse king's Vajra corpse membrane. As long as this membrane was broken, the Vajra corpse king wouldn't be a match for him. Bastard! What the hell is this? Open for me! Within the spiritual sword array, the Vajra corpse king was constantly attacking the skyquake swords, trying to break out of the spiritual sword array. However, Wei Zhentian's defense had increased after his advancement, and with his 9th grade spirit disaster, his defense was probably stronger than the Vajra corpse king. It was simply impossible for the Vajra corpse king to break out of the spiritual sword array. Buzz. Buzz. Chapter 1072. At this moment, 20 decomposition rays landed on the Vajra corpse king's body, directly breaking through the Vajra corpse king's upper body. It's about time. 10,000 swords return to origin, rise. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the heaven-shaking giant sword shrunk completely. Seeing this, the Vajra corpse king immediately punched at Yi Xian. But before the heaven-shaking giant sword shrunk, Yi Xian had already launched his attack. Ghost God Fist. Boom. The Vajra corpse king was forced to counterattack. Although his Vajra corpse king was gone, he was still a manifestation realm corpse king. How could he die just like that? A wave of air swept out, but Yi Xian's next attack wasn't so simple. Eye of Glory. Yi Xian put on the glory set and pinched the air with his left hand. Golden Dragon Catcher Hand. The Vajra corpse king couldn't dodge in time and was caught. Immediately, the golden true chi burned his skin, making sizzling sounds. The 5 fingers pierced into the Vajra corpse king's body. Divine power, it's actually a divine power. The Vajra corpse king was shocked. While he was surprised, another golden hand appeared. 2 golden hands held the Vajra corpse king in the center of the palms. The Vajra corpse king was burned by the golden true chi and was in excruciating pain. Bastard, if I break free, I'll skin you alive. The Vajra corpse king cursed angrily as he fumed. You think you can break free? Dream on. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian snorted coldly. Bush, bush, bush. Countless wind whistled as thousands of Megatron descended, instantly enveloping the Vajra corpse king. Following that, crisp sounds rang out. This was the sound of the Vajra corpse king's flesh being torn apart by the heaven-shaking swords. After the heaven-shaking swords swept past, the Vajra corpse king's upper body had already disappeared, leaving a pool of flesh on the ground. It was a tragic sight. The Vajra corpse king was dead. A mere manifestation realm corpse king dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Yi Xian was very disdainful. However, speaking of the 10,000 swords returned to origin, the power had indeed increased by a lot. Who could withstand the baptism of over 1,000 heaven-shaking swordess? Ding! Host has completed the random mission of killing the Vajra corpse king. The system prompted. The second round of the random mission was finally completed. Ding! The third round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Destroy the corpse king palace. Mission completed. Reward: Heavenly Eye Clan Bloodline Evolution once. The system notification sounded again. Is he really going to destroy the corpse king palace? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had already expected the third round's random quest. The corpse king palace was one of the 2 overlords in the land of the dead. Needless to say, they had a strong foundation. Although it sounded very frightening, Yi Xian had just killed the Vajra corpse king. That was the combat strength of a manifestation realm expert. If I didn't have the 10,000 swords returned to origin, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Vajra corpse king. However, as long as I break through, then I have a greater chance of dealing with the corpse king. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was about to pick up the Vajra corpse king's yin and yang ring when a black object suddenly emerged from the Vajra corpse king's body. Crack! This black shadow directly broke through the glorious armor and entered Yi Xian's body. What? Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, he felt the true chi in his body solidify instantly. His wounds were rapidly rotting. Oh no! His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly put away the glorious armor and raised his hand to sweep his neck. Rip! His head flew up and landed on the ground with a grunt. His action also frightened Yu. Yu did not understand why Yi Xian wanted to commit suicide. However, just as she was about to dive down, she realized that Yi Xian's body was rapidly rotting. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's head was rapidly growing. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian actually grew a new body. However, this body was completely naked, so Yi Xian hurriedly put on his clothes. Phew, that scared me to death. There's actually a deadly poisonous bug. Yi Xian hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, that poisonous bug only flew out after the death of the Vajra Corpse King. Previously, due to his cultivation level, his eye of insight was unable to see through it, but he was successfully ambushed by this poisonous bug. This poisonous bug was extremely poisonous. Even the bloodline of the divine tree of life could not do anything to it. Therefore, Yi Xian hurriedly cut off his head to survive. Fortunately, he had already activated the Eye of Eternity. Otherwise, his original body and clone would have perished this time. Young master, are you all right? Luo hurriedly asked. I'm fine. It didn't spread to my head. Yi Xian shook his head. This time, it was a close call again. Yu also hurriedly rushed down. Right now, she was even more unable to see through Yi Xian. To be able to regrow his head after cutting it off was simply a miracle. However, this was Yi Xian's secret, so it was better for her not to ask. Your strength has already surpassed mine. I never thought that you would be so strong. Yu couldn't help but say. No, I only used my trump card. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Vajra Corpse King. Yi Xian was still aware of his own strength. This time, if he did not have myriad returning swords, it would not have been possible. Although Luo had 100 layers of shackles, the difference in their realms was too great. Furthermore, the Vajra Corpse King knew how to use poison. It wouldn't be that easy to kill it. At this moment, Yi Xian quickly went over and picked up the universe ring. The Vajra Corpse King, as the Corpse King with the strongest defense in the Corpse King Palace, was still very rich. Ding! Host has broken through. Current realm is 8th grade spirit disaster. The system notification sounded. Right now, even if Yi Xian did not use myriad returning swords, he still had the qualifications to fight the Vajra Corpse King alone. He estimated that if he broke through again, no one in the land of the dead would be his opponent. There are actually many corpse worms inside. These corpse worms are refined using a special method with poison. They are not living beings. Yi Xian counted the spoils of war, but most of them were useless to him. When the time comes, he could just give them to the old antiques of the God of Ghosts sect to study. With the Vajra Corpse King killed, the second round of the random mission was completed. Thus, Yi Xian began to prepare for the third round of the random mission. Yu, do you have any news of the other Corpse Kings? Yi Xian turned his head and asked. Yes, the Digging Corpse King is 3 days away from here. The White Bone Corpse King is 4 days away. Yu glanced at the white bone token and replied. 3 days, 4 days, they are all so far away. Why don't we just kill our way to the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian frowned. Kill our way to the Corpse King Palace? Yuyu's face was filled with shock when she heard that. Chapter 1073. Although Yi Xian had the strength to kill the Vajra Corpse King, the Vajra Corpse King was one of the weakest in the Corpse King Palace. It only had the strongest defense. For people of their level, the strongest defense was useless and could only be used as a meat shield. The two of them charged into the Corpse King Palace, which was extremely dangerous. Charging into the Corpse King Palace? That's great. I didn't even have the time to make a move in the previous battle and that damn thing was killed by the young master. This time I will have a good fight. Luo clamored by the side. With the help of treasures, she was about to break through to the 8th grade spirit disaster. At that time, her fighting strength would increase greatly and she might not be any weaker than Yu. Since that's the case, let's go together. Yu nodded her head. If the three of them worked together, as long as 3 Corpse Kings didn't appear at the same time, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The Corpse King Palace had already sent 5 Corpse Kings to the sect of the God of Ghost to cause trouble. Now that they were heading to the Corpse King Palace, the possibility of them encountering 5 Corpse Kings wasn't high. Furthermore, Yi Xian had various shocking methods that were suitable for ambushes. If they encountered a Corpse King that was alone, they might be able to kill it, which was extremely beneficial to the sect of the God of Ghost. Immediately, Yu used the white bone token to send the news back to the sect of the God of Ghost. Shortly after, she followed Yi Xian and Luoluo to the Corpse King Palace. In the land of the dead, the sect of the God of Ghosts territory was incomparably eerie. As for the Corpse King Palace, it was extremely barren with poisonous swamps, plague lands, and mass graves. 3 days later, Yi Xian stepped into the Corpse King Palace's territory. In this place, it was best to travel by air, which was why their speed was a little slow. Now that the 10,000 returning swords cooldown is over and Luoluo has broken through to the 8th grade spirit disaster, as long as they don't come to the Corpse King Palace, I will kill them all. Yi Xian was extremely confident in his heart. Although these Corpse Kings were at the Manifestation Realm, they were already dead and couldn't use the Manifestation Realm's power. Therefore, their fighting strength was much weaker than a human Manifestation Realm. This was the reason why Yi Xian dared to kill his way into the Corpse King Palace. If the Corpse King Palace had a human Manifestation Realm expert, he would probably be able to fight the 3 of them. This time, they had entered the Corpse King Palace's territory and were now rushing towards it. "Young master, do you have a plan?" asked Luoluo's Luoluo. He was currently at 8th grade spirit disaster, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to control the Corpse King Palace Elder, who was at 9th grade spirit disaster. When the time comes, he would get the Corpse King Palace Elder to report that he found traces of Yu. Although 10,000 Swords Return to Origin had a cooldown of 3 days, being able to kill a Corpse King in 3 days was already very terrifying. In a month's time, the Corpse King Palace would be destroyed. Following that, Yi Xian spent another 3 days to arrive at the Corpse King Palace. Because Yu's aura was hard to conceal, it was easy to be discovered. Therefore, Yu and Luoluo were hiding somewhere else. The scale of the Corpse King Palace was extremely large, equivalent to a large city. There were countless living and dead people inside, and at the entrance of the Corpse King Palace, there were numerous sculptures. These were the sculptures of the Corpse King Palace's previous palace masters. At this moment, outside the Corpse King Palace. The Corpse King Palace is indeed powerful. With a single glance, I can see dozens of Corpse King Palace elders at 9th grade spirit disaster. If we can deal with all of them, Yi Xian licked his lips as he fantasized in his mind. As long as he annihilated the Corpse King Palace, he would definitely be able to break through to 9th grade spirit disaster. He might even be able to break through to the Manifestation Realm. Of course, breaking through to the Manifestation Realm from the 3 lesser sovereign disasters might require some sort of mission item. For the sake of the big picture, I should first control a 9th grade spirit disaster elder. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he approached the Corpse King Palace. Beside him were 2 8th grade spirit disaster battle corpses. This way, no one would suspect his identity. As he approached with the 2 battle corpses, he coincidentally saw a 9th grade spirit disaster elder coming out from the Corpse King Palace. What was even more coincidental was that this elder of 9th level spirit disaster was actually not a living person. He was an elder who had died many years ago. However, when he died, his corpse was brought back and refined into a battle corpse. Furthermore, he was successfully enlightened and recovered his memories. It's a coincidence. You'll be the one. Yi Xian did not say anything and immediately followed. Previously, his eye of control only controlled living people. This time, he was trying to control a dead person. He didn't know if he would succeed. If it didn't work, then he would directly kill it and treat it as an experiment. The Corpse King Palace was right in front of him, so Yi Xian did not dare to make a move. He followed the elder from afar and only made his move after half an hour. It's about time. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he chased after the elder. The elder in front of him seemed to have noticed something. When he turned around, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his head. Burning eye. Brat, How dare you sneak attack an elder of the Corpse King Palace? I'm going to refine you into a battle corpse. The elder of the Corpse King Palace roared in his heart. It was fine if he didn't turn around because Yi Xian had to look into the elder's eyes to use his heaven's eye. Eye of control. When Yi Xian saw that the burning eye was effective, he immediately used the eye of control. Ding. Control failed. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian and the elder of the Corpse King Palace were only 1 grade apart, but he actually failed to control it. The Corpse King Palace was indeed worthy of its name. He immediately used the eye of control once again. Ding. Control succeeded. When the system notification sounded, the killing intent in the elder of the Corpse King Palace disappeared completely and he became Yi Xian's servant. After he succeeded, Yi Xian rushed over and took the interspatial ring without saying a word. How many Corpse Kings are there in the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian asked. As far as I know, there are 8. The elder of the Corpse King Palace replied. 8 Corpse Kings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Including the 5 Corpse Kings that entered the sect of the God of Ghosts territory, there were at least 13 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Moreover, this was only a rough estimate because there might be more that the elder of the Corpse King Palace didn't know. How are the 8 Corpse Kings compared to the Vajra Corpse King? Yi Xian asked again. Among the 8 Corpse Kings, my father, the Chain Corpse King, is the weakest, but he is still stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. If they fight, the Chain Corpse King can seriously injure the Vajra Corpse King. The elder of the Corpse King Palace replied. What? Your father is the Chain Corpse King? Chapter 1074. Yi Xian was also speechless. The bait he randomly found turned out to be the son of a Corpse King. His luck was really good. However, the weakest Iron Chain Corpse King guarding the Corpse King Palace was actually stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. The Vajra Corpse King had the strongest defense among all the Corpse Kings. However, the strongest defense was actually useless, so he needed the help of other Corpse Kings, such as the corpse worms refined by the Green Corpse King. Who is the strongest Corpse King Palace right now? Yi Xian asked again. It's the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Elder Deadman replied. Crimson Blood Corpse King, huh? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian hurriedly collected information, such as the characteristics of these Corpse Kings. The Vajra Corpse King had the strongest defense. The Iron Chain Corpse King had a specially refined iron chain that could instantly turn a person into a charred corpse. The Green Corpse King specialized in refining corpse poison and was even stronger than the Iron Chain Corpse King. The Violent Bear Corpse King even merged with the bloodline of the quasi-heaven-reaching beast Bloodthirsty Violent Bear after its death, so it was the strongest among all the Corpse Kings. After Yi Xian finished listening to Elder Deadman's information, Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These Corpse Kings were each more ferocious than the previous, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Among them, the Corpse King Palace's current palace master, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, was close to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm, or perhaps had already reached it. I didn't expect the Corpse King Palace to be so strong. Perhaps there are still hidden Corpse Kings. If we want to destroy the Corpse King Palace within a month, we must hurry. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This chain random mission was to destroy the Corpse King Palace. Although he didn't need to kill all the Corpse Kings, it was definitely not something he could do now to take down the Corpse King Palace. As long as I break through one more time, then it should be enough to ally with the God of Ghosts sect. Yi Xian thought in his heart, then turned to Elder Deadman and said, You, go back and call your father out. Go to this place and say that you found the God of Ghosts sect. Yes, Master. Elder Deadman nodded and then returned to the Corpse King Palace. As for Yi Xian, he was prepared to wait here and follow them all the way. This time his target was the Iron Chain Corpse King, which was currently the weakest of all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. An hour later, Yi Xian sensed the return of the dead elder. At the same time, he brought along a Corpse King with him. The right hand of this Corpse King was a gray iron chain that was several meters long. According to his son, this iron chain was refined by the Corpse King for hundreds of years. It was almost comparable to a heavenly artifact. Yi Xian looked from afar and felt this powerful aura. His heart couldn't help but tremble. The big fish has finally taken the bait. Tisk, I'll kill you one day later. His eyes flickered as he watched the dead elder and the Iron Chain Corpse King approach. Father, he is the one who discovered the holy son of the god of Ghost sect, Elder Deadman said to the Chained Corpse King as he approached. Kid, are you sure he's the holy son of the god of Ghost sect? If you dare to lie to me, I will beat you to death. The Iron Chain Corpse King said to Yi Xian. Even a 9th-grade spirit disaster was like an ant in his eyes. He could kill them with a swing of his chain, not to mention Yi Xian, who was an 8th-grade spirit disaster. Lord Corpse King, it's true. The holy son of the god of Ghost sect is one day away from here. Yi Xian pretended to be very afraid. Very good, if I really find the holy son of Ghost sect, I will reward you greatly. The Iron Chain Corpse King's eyes lit up as he thought in his heart, Tisk, I don't know where the god of Ghost sect found such a good seedling. If she grows up in the future, she will be a great threat to my god of Ghost sect. If I kill her, I can ask for a Thunder Roll Stone from the Crimson Blood Corpse King. At that time, the power of the 100 Crystal Chain will increase by another level. Thank you, Lord Corpse King. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked. The Iron Chain Corpse King didn't talk nonsense and directly went to the location that Yi Xian told him. Killing the holy son of Ghost sect was a great merit. He naturally wouldn't tell the other Corpse Kings, so as to avoid getting a share of the benefits. After looking at his back, Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He then directly broke through the void and met up with Yu Yu and the others. At this time, Yu Yu and Luo Luo were hiding in a desolate hill. When they saw Yi Xian's original body return, they immediately went forward. Young master, what fish is it? Luo Luo hurriedly asked. Iron Chain Corpse King, get ready. It will arrive in 2 or 3 hours. Yi Xian directly replied and merged with his avatar. A day's journey was only 2 or 3 hours for the Iron Chain Corpse King. Moreover, they stayed here and didn't leave, so the Iron Chain Corpse King didn't need to find them. As long as the Iron Chain Corpse King arrived, they would immediately take action. Although I have 10,000 swords returned to origin, there is still a possibility of failing to destroy the Corpse King Palace within a month. So, try not to use 10,000 swords returned to origin. Yi Xian thought in his heart. The strength of the Iron Chain Corpse King wasn't much. It could only seriously injure the Vajra Corpse King. After the battle with the Vajra Corpse King, he had already broken through to 8th grade spirit disaster. With Yu Yu and Luo Luo, killing the Iron Chain Corpse King shouldn't be a problem. In this case, he didn't need to use 10,000 swords returned to origin. Sure enough, the Iron Chain Corpse King didn't let Yi Xian down. More than 2 hours later, Yi Xian sensed a powerful aura. It's here. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded. After hearing this, Yu Yu also cheered up. As for Luo Luo, she was directly sent into Yi Xian's astral space. Soon, the Iron Chain Corpse King appeared. Haha, that brat really didn't lie to me. You little girl is really here. A loud laughter fell into Yi Xian and Yu Yu's ears. Iron Chain Corpse King? Yu Yu pretended to be surprised as she looked at the Iron Chain Corpse King. That's right. I heard that you stole a quasi-heaven connecting beast's corpse from my Corpse King Palace and then broke through to the manifestation realm. I didn't expect that you didn't return to the Divine Ghost sect and instead stepped into my Corpse King Palace's territory. You are courting death. The Iron Chain Corpse King looked as if he was going to eat her up. He didn't know that he had fallen into a trap. Previously, the Vajra Corpse King was scared away by Yi Xian and Luo Luo in the Divine Ghost sect's territory. This was a shameful matter, so it was impossible for the Vajra Corpse King to return to the Corpse King Palace. Therefore, it was impossible for the Iron Chain Corpse King to know that the Vajra Corpse King had fallen. He also didn't know that the Vajra Corpse King was killed by Yi Xian alone. Iron Chain Corpse King, you think you can kill me with just you? Yu Yu pretended to be calm. If it was a one-on-one battle, she, who had just broken through, naturally wouldn't be the Iron Chain Corpse King's opponent. But at this moment, the Iron Chain Corpse King obviously ignored Yi Xian, who was in the 8th grade spirit disaster. In this battle, the careless Iron Chain Corpse King would definitely die. Whether I can kill you or not, you will know once you try. Chapter 1075. Whether I can kill you or not, we will know once we try. The Iron Chain Corpse King did not talk nonsense and directly rushed towards Yu. The Baiji iron chain in his hand was dragged on the ground, causing countless sparks. Although she had already set up a trap, Yu did not dare to be careless because she heard that this Baiji iron chain is specially used to deal with spiritual bodies. When the Baiji iron chain hits a human body and a ghost, the latter will suffer more damage than the former. Therefore, Yu directly took out her 100 ghost battle armor. Huff, Yu used swift ghost steps and turned into a ghost as she rushed towards the Iron Chain Corpse King. Little girl, see if I don't kill you. The Iron Chain Corpse King approached Yu and waved the Baiji iron chain in his right hand, causing countless electric sparks to fly. The air was filled with a burnt smell. However, Yu's speed was extremely fast and easily dodged the chain. Annihilation Blood Eyes. Boom. The Iron Chain Corpse King was hit by Yu's Annihilation Blood Eyes and immediately took a few steps back. However, the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace are all focused on body refinement. Although their defensive power is not as good as the Vajra Corpse King, it is not weak. Just after the Iron Chain Corpse King was injured, his blood suddenly splashed out, mixed with some electric snakes. Zizi, the electric snakes rushed into Yu's 100 ghost battle armor and immediately penetrated it. Yu's spiritual body trembled fiercely after being electrocuted. Haha, once my body is injured, it will erupt with spirit-extinguishing lightning. The Iron Chain Corpse King laughed. Because the Iron Chain Corpse King rarely fought, not many people knew this secret, and it was even more impossible for Yu to know. At this moment, Yu quickly opened up a distance. Seeing this, Yi Xian could no longer hide and immediately rushed out. Brilliant eyes. The brilliant golden armor covered Yi Xian's body, and a golden light shone, which attracted the Iron Chain Corpse King's attention. Humph, just a mere 8th grade spirit disaster. The Iron Chain Corpse King did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. He smashed the iron chain in his hand on the ground, and electric sparks flew out from the ground. Zizi, Yu couldn't dodge in time and was hit by another electric snake. She couldn't help but let out a groan. This lightning was the same as the previous green corpse poison, which could cause great damage to the spirit body. But in the next moment, the Chain Zombie King realized that he had underestimated Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly condensed a huge golden sword and slashed at the Chained Corpse King. Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword. The Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword under the Glorious set was much more powerful than before. This sword directly hit the Chain Corpse King into the ground. Bang! The Iron Chain Corpse King only felt a roar in his head, and the bones in his shoulders were piercing through his flesh. Suddenly, countless lightning flashed. Although it was said to be a trump card, it was not so easy to kill the Iron Chain Corpse King. However, this was only the beginning. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. While the Iron Chain Corpse King was in a daze, Yi Xian hurriedly used his divine ability. 2 golden hands that were much stronger than before directly grabbed the Iron Chain Corpse King. Divine ability? The Iron Chain Corpse King was shocked, his body bloomed with lightning, and countless electric snakes rushed out. However, how could the Golden Dragon Capturing Hands be so easy to break free? This Iron Chain Corpse King is full of the power of thunder and lightning, and my Golden Dragon Capturing Hands was full of holes. Yi Xian was very surprised. The strength of this Iron Chain Corpse King was indeed much stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. If Yu was beside this Iron Chain Corpse King just now, her spirit body would have been directly destroyed by the electric current. Fortunately, Yu was already far away from this Iron Chain Corpse King. Luo, kill him. Yi Xian dodged this crazy electric snake attack and then released Luo. 100 layers Demon Fox Clone. 100 layers of shackles. Luo directly used 2 consecutive strikes to trap the Iron Chain Corpse King. Her move was not weaker than Yi Xian's 2 Golden Dragon Capturing Hands, but it didn't have the attack power. However, the attack skill came later. 7 colors Demon Fire. Now Luo can divide more than 30 True Chi clones, that is to say, more than 30 sets of 7 colors Demon Fire, smashing towards the Iron Chain Corpse King. One by one, The demon fire entered the Iron Chain Corpse King's body. In the next moment, a 7-color light appeared, directly covering the thunder light. Bang! With a rumbling sound, the Iron Chain Corpse King was blown to pieces. This scene also caused Yi Xian to be dumbstruck. This power, isn't it a bit too strong? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He thought he would have to add a few more demon god fists, but he didn't expect Luo Luo to directly blow the Iron Chain Corpse King to death. After the death of the Iron Chain Corpse King, a powerful energy surged out of its body and erupted again. Boom! Another round of electric snakes flew, but Yi Xian had already hidden Luo Luo in the secret space, and he and Yu Yu also hid far away. The Iron Chain Corpse King was blown to death by Lualua's 7 colors demon fire, and it didn't even leave behind a last word. If it was hit by Lualua's attack, even a true manifestation realm expert would be seriously injured. When they fought the Vajra Corpse King, Luo Luo didn't participate because her realm was too low. Looking at the thunder light in front of them gradually weakening, Yi Xian also quickly rushed over. Fortunately, the explosion didn't destroy the universe ring, or else Yi Xian would definitely smack Lualua's butt. There are a lot of things, but I'm still far from breaking through. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, then immediately walked over and picked up the 100 times iron chain, turned around and said, Luo Luo, this iron chain might be useful to you. Well, this Iron Chain Corpse King fused it into its right hand. It's a bit disgusting, I'll keep it first. Luo Luo reluctantly accepted it. Her 100 times shackles was a rank 3 supreme spiritual artifact. If she changed it to this chain, its effect might be doubled. Now, Yi Xian's group of 3 killed a Corpse King, and Yi Xian didn't use myriad returning swords, so they might be able to continue. You, how are you? Yi Xian turned around and asked. It's nothing serious, I just need to repair my spiritual body. Yu Yu shook her head. Just now she was hit by the electric snakes a few times, and her spiritual body was damaged. As for how to repair it, she naturally had to use the ghost fetus. Then let's rest for a day. Yi Xian replied. Anyway, the time limit of the mission to destroy the Corpse King Palace was 1 month, but he only spent a few days. If they were to kill a Corpse King every day, then even if the Corpse King Palace had 20 Corpse Kings, it wouldn't be enough to kill. Yi Xian still had enough super-devouring crystals, so Yi Xian exchanged some items for Yu Yu, increasing her strength and safety. A day later, the cooldown of the tyrannical emperor's infinite sword and the 100 times shackles was over, and Yu Yu's spiritual body had long been repaired. Chapter 1076. You two continue to wait here, I will lure another Corpse King out. Yi Xian said to Yu Yu and Luo Luo. N. The 2 women nodded one after another. Immediately, Yi Xian's main body broke through the void and directly came to the place where he controlled the dead elder. The dead elder has been guarding here, and when he saw Yi Xian coming, he hurriedly greeted him. There should be 6 more Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace, you go lure one out. Yi Xian said to the dead elder. The dead elder was the son of the Chain Corpse King. But now that the Chain Corpse King was killed by Yi Xian, and he was controlled by Yi Xian, there was no way for him to take revenge. Yes, master. The dead elder nodded in response and left directly. There were originally 7 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace, but now that the Chain Corpse King is dead, there are only 6 left. Of these 6 Corpse Kings, except for the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Yi Xian has no confidence in dealing with them. The other 5 are not a problem. Soon, in less than an hour, the dead elder came back again. However, this time around, he had brought back 2 people. 2 Corpse Kings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Of these 2 Corpse Kings, one is wearing a green robe, and the other is burly, at least 2 meters tall. Before, he told the dead elder not to call the Crimson Blood Corpse King. As for the other Corpse Kings, calling 2 of them is not a problem. As for these 2 Corpse Kings, Yi Xian recognized them at a glance. Green Corpse King. Violent Bear Corpse King. Green Corpse King is an expert in refining poisonous insects in the Corpse King Palace. The green corpse worm and the deadly poisonous insects hidden in the diamond body were all made by him. His strength is above the Chain Corpse King. After the Violent Bear Corpse King died and was refined into a Battle Corpse King, it fused with the blood of the bloodthirsty Bear Corpse King to strengthen its physique. It can penetrate the Diamond Corpse King's defense with one punch and directly injure it. Although the Diamond Corpse King has the strongest defense, its strength is the weakest existence, ranking third. As for the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King, they were ranked 6th and 8th respectively. The Dead Man Elder brought the two Corpse Kings and rushed towards Yixin. Elder Shin, is this the brat who brought the information? The 2-meter-tall Violent Bear Corpse King glared at Yixin and said, "Yes." Elder Dead Man nodded. "Kid, other than the Ghost Spirit Holy Son, who are the other two?" The Violent Bear Corpse King asked again. "It seems to be Gui Li and Gui Feng." Yixin answered without thinking. Previously he had told Elder Dead Man that if he brought two people with him, he would bring two Ghost Spirits Sex Ancestor Ghost Spirits with him. As for the Ghost Li and Ghost Wind he mentioned, they were the Ghost Spirits Patriarchs of the sect of the God of Ghost. So it's that old fellow Ghost Li. In the battle more than 10 years ago, we were evenly matched. This time, I will definitely beat him up until his soul scatters. The Violent Bear Corpse King squinted his eyes. Yixin subconsciously glanced and found that there were corpse worms in the Violent Bear Corpse King's body. Not only that, even the gloves on the Violent Bear Corpse King's hands were smeared with poison. In that case, leave Gui Feng to me. As for the Ghost Spirit Holy Son, leave it to the Chain Corpse King. The Green Corpse King suddenly revealed a sinister smile. If the Ghost Spirit Holy Son, Gui Li, and Gui Feng could be successfully killed, it would be a huge blow to the sect of the God of Ghost. At this time, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King did not have the slightest doubt because the Chain Corpse King had already gone, and it was the Chain Corpse King who informed them. After all, there were 3 of them. Immediately, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King rushed towards the place mentioned by Elder Dead Man. "You did a good job." Yixin nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he directly broke through the void and left this place. "Young master, who is it this time?" When Yixin landed, Luo Luo immediately greeted him. "Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King." Yixin directly replied. "Green Corpse King." When Yu heard this name, her body trembled because almost all of her injuries were related to the Green Corpse King. "Don't worry, this time I will directly use my trump card to kill them." Yixin slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This time, there were 2 Corpse Kings. In order to be safe, it was better to use his trump card. After all, as long as these 2 Corpse Kings were killed, there would only be 4 Corpse Kings left in the Corpse King Palace. Including the 5 that entered the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost, there would only be 9 Corpse Kings left. The return of 10,000 swords only had a cooldown time of 3 days. In less than half a month, the Corpse King Palace would be destroyed. Soon, 2 hours later, 2 auras stepped into Yixin's sensing range. "They're here, let's go." Yixin, who was sitting quietly on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 golden lights burst out from his eyes. The next moment, his whole body was wrapped in the brilliant golden armor. Since he was going to show his trump card, there was no need to talk nonsense. At the same time, this time, Yu may not need to make a move. In an instant, Yixin directly rushed out. The reason why he did not make a move 2 hours ago was because he was too close to the Corpse King Palace. He was afraid that he would attract other Corpse Kings. Now, he was far enough from the Corpse King Palace, and the battle had only lasted a few seconds, so he was not afraid. Return of 10,000 swords, go. Yixin directly threw the Skyquake sword in his hand. The Skyquake sword immediately flew forward, like a flock of geese, towards the 2 figures in front. What? The Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King were shocked. They had just sensed Yu's aura, and the other party had already made a move. Wasn't this reaction a little too fast? However, they soon found out that the one who ambushed them was not the Ghost Spirit Ancestor, nor was it the Ghost Spirit Saint, but an 8th grade Spirit Disaster Brat. "You dare to use such a small trick to deal with us?" The Violent Bear Corpse King was filled with disdain. Facing the thousands of Skyquake swords, he directly sent a palm strike towards them. A bear-like attack was sent out, directly hitting the hundreds of Skyquake swords. However, the Skyquake swords were still top-grade sovereign spiritual treasures. After being pushed back a little, they continued to rush towards the two corpse kings. Return of 10,000 Swords was Yi Xian's greatest trump card. With thousands of Skyquake swords flying out, even a Manifestation Realm expert with the power of Manifestation Realm would not dare to underestimate them. As for the Violent Bear Corpse King and Green Corpse King, and even the Ghost Spirit Saint Yu, they could not be considered as Manifestation Realm experts. They could only be considered as pseudo-Manifestation Realm experts. Thousands of Skyquake swords immediately surrounded the two Corpse Kings. In just a single exchange, the Violent Bear Corpse King and Green Corpse King felt a huge pressure. Old Bear Retreat. Chapter 1077. Bang! The huge package exploded, and countless green powder floated out. Many of the heaven-shocking swords were stained by the green powder, and immediately made a sizzling sound as they were corroded and broke. It actually damaged the heaven-shocking swords? Yi Xian was shocked. This Green Corpse King was indeed capable. It actually destroyed hundreds of heaven-shocking swords in one move. However, there were still more than 800. At the same time, Yi Xian also took this opportunity to approach the two Corpse Kings, and then stretched out his hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Two dragon capturing hands directly grabbed the Green Corpse King's body. What divine ability! The Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King were shocked. They were not ordinary people. Even the Valley Master of the 10,000 Flower Valley could see that it was a divine ability. You want to trap me? No way. The Green Corpse King's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a green light gushed out from his body. Bang! A loud sound spread out. Yi Xian looked and found that the Golden Dragon Capturing Hands was actually about to collapse. At this time, the Violent Bear Corpse King on the side hurriedly slapped out with his palm, directly shattering the two Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You really have some ability. It seems that it will be difficult to deal with you without using the Spirit Sword Array. In the next moment, thousands of heaven-shocking swords transformed into giant swords and then crashed down. Clang, clang, clang. The giant swords fell one after another, trapping the Violent Bear Corpse King and the Green Corpse King in the middle. At the same time, Luo suddenly appeared. 7-colored demonic fire. More than 30 Luos attacked the Spirit Sword Array crazily, and hundreds of demonic flames fell into the Spirit Sword Array. Although many were scattered by the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King, Yi Xian was using the Eye of Decomposition to attack them. They were unable to get rid of all the demonic flames. When more than 30 purple demonic flames fell into the Spirit Sword Array, these demonic flames suddenly connected. In an instant, the Spirit Sword Array emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. 7-colored demonic fire, explode. With a thought, Luo directly ignited those demonic flames. Rumble! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. Luo's 7-colored demon fire combined with the 100-layer Demon Fox's clone was extremely powerful. Even if the Green Serene Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King didn't die, they would definitely be heavily injured. 10,000 swords returned to origin, rise. After the explosion, Yi Xian immediately activated the heaven-shocking sword. As expected, the two Corpse Kings inside did not die, but after that, they would not be able to block the 10,000 swords return to origin that had yet to end. No, I won't die here. How can I die here? For you. Green Tranquil Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King shouted. However, Yi Xian had no intention of replying and immediately attacked. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. At this time, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King were both in a heavily injured state and could not withstand these attacks at all. In an instant, they were caught by the Dragon Capturing Hand. What they had to face next was the baptism of the 10,000 returning swords. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Hundreds of heaven-shocking swords swept over like a hurricane. Even if the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King were Manifestation Realm experts, they could not withstand this attack. Under the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw that the upper bodies of the two were directly sliced into meat paste, leaving only two legs. At this moment, Yi Xian swept over and collected the 2 universe rings that were scattered on the ground. There are so many corpse bugs. They should be targeting spiritual bodies. Yi Xian did not say anything and swallowed all of these things. The Corpse King Palace and the sect of the God of Ghost had been fighting for so many years, and the sect of the God of Ghost also did not have a human manifestation realm expert. Therefore, the poisons that they developed were mostly targeted at the ghost spirit ancestors. These poisons were not living creatures, so Yi Xian could swallow them. Just a little more. I reckon that I still need to kill 2 more Corpse Kings. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. These Corpse Kings were extremely wealthy, and any one of them could create dozens of 9th-grade spirit disaster experts. However, the experience required for him to level up was too much. Today, he had used the myriad returning swords, which meant that he would need 3 days to cool down. 3 days later, he would probably be able to break through to 9th-grade spirit disaster. At that time, even if he did not use the myriad returning swords, he would be able to deal with the Corpse King Palace. Young master, at this speed, the Corpse King Palace will be destroyed soon. Luo said with excitement. And 3 days later, we will be able to kill our way into the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian nodded his head. Yu, who was standing by the side, also felt that it was unbelievable. This time, she did not even need to take action. Just Yi Xian and Luo alone were able to eliminate 2 Corpse Kings from the Corpse King Palace. Including this time, 4 Corpse Kings had already died in the hands of Yi Xian. They were the Vajra Corpse King, the Chain Corpse King, the Green Corpse King, and the Violent Bear Corpse King. Among them, the Green Corpse King was ranked 6th among the 13 Corpse Kings of the Corpse King Palace. There are still 3 days left. I can use this time to plunder the forces of the Corpse King Palace. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. In these 3 days, he would be able to increase his strength again. However, at this moment, Yu, who was sending a message to the sect of the God of Ghost, suddenly received an urgent message from the sect of the God of Ghost. Immediately, her expression changed. "What's wrong, Sister Yu?" Luo noticed Yu's expression and asked directly. "A third of the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost has been infected with the blood poison plague. Once the ghost spirits come into contact with the blood mist, their souls will scatter." Yu replied truthfully. "Blood poison plague?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "This blood poison plague is stronger than the Green Corpse King's green corpse worm? The one who spread this blood poison plague is the Crimson Blood Corpse King's blood-refined doppelganger. Therefore, this blood poison plague should be refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Moreover, our sect of the God of Ghost seems to have no way to suppress the plague. Therefore, Master asked me to return immediately and kill the Crimson Blood Corpse King." Yu replied. "Crimson Blood Corpse King," Yi Xian muttered. Just now, he had already killed the Green Corpse King, but the Crimson Blood Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace also knew how to refine poisons. This blood poison plague should have been refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King recently. Otherwise, the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost would have already become a land of plague. In that case, we will return and kill the doppelganger of the Crimson Blood Corpse King first to prevent the plague from spreading," Yi Xian said. This blood poison plague would continue to spread by itself. At the same time, the doppelganger of the Crimson Blood Corpse King would spread it in the dark. Once the ghost spirits came into contact with the blood mist, their souls would scatter. Therefore, this mission could only be carried out by humans. Chapter 1078. But don't forget that the Corpse King Palace sent out 5 Corpse Kings. Even if the Vajra Corpse King fell, there were still 4 Corpse Kings. If no measures were taken, the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost would quickly shrink. At that time, the sect of the God of Ghost would be surrounded by the blood poison plague. Once that happened, the sect of the God of Ghost would be finished. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost. "Yu, you're back." Just as they returned, the sect of the God of Ghost's ancestor flew over. "Master, what should we do now?" Yu asked anxiously. "We can deal with the Corpse Kings sent out by the Corpse King Palace, but they're hiding in the blood poison plague. We can't enter and can only watch as the blood poison plague spreads." We also sent many elders to stop the plague, but they were all killed by the corpse kings. So, the sect of the god of ghosts ancestor turned his head and his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Little brother Yi has the strength to kill the green corpse king and violent bear corpse king, so I sincerely hope that little brother Yi can help. In this blood poison plague, only Yi Xian could save the sect of the god of ghost. If he didn't help, the sect of the god of ghost wouldn't be able to do anything. Unless there was a manifestation realm human, they could only watch as the blood poison plague spread. I relied on a trump card to kill the green corpse king and violent bear corpse king, but I can't use that trump card now. After Yi Xian finished speaking, his brows suddenly raised as he said, "Therefore, I need a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. As long as I can break through, then the corpse king of the corpse king hall will be like an ant in my eyes. I can even destroy the entire corpse king hall." As soon as he said that, the disciples of the sect of the god of ghost and the ghost spirit ancestor were shocked. Destroy the corpse king palace. Those words came from the mouth of an 8th grade spirit disaster. If it was anyone else, they would definitely roll their eyes and laugh at Yi Xian for overestimating himself. But Yi had just sent back the news of the green corpse king and violent bear corpse king's deaths. The corpse king palace's 6th-ranked green serene corpse king and 8th-ranked violent bear corpse king fell one after another, and the person who killed them was none other than Yi Xian. As a result, no one present dared to doubt Yi Xian's words. Little brother Yi Xian, as long as you can help the sect of the god of ghosts survive this ordeal, I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. The ancestral master of the god of ghosts took off his interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. This was a specially made universe ring that could be used by ghosts and humans. After Yi Xian accepted it, his eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light as he said with a dignified expression, "Good, in half a month, the corpse king palace will no longer exist." This promise made the ghost spirit ancestor let out a sigh of relief. This time, the ghost god sect's patriarch had put in a lot of money because he had lived for more than 1,000 years. His wealth was more than the sum of the 4 corpse kings that Yi Xian had killed. These items were enough for Yi Xian and Luo to break through. Little brother Yi Xian, roughly how long will it take for you to break through? The ghost god sect's patriarch continued asking. The crisis was imminent. Every day, the blood poison plague would erode the territory of the sect of the god of ghosts. The range of activity of the ghosts was also shrinking. There's no need for that. I can leave immediately. Senior, please tell me the specific information. Yi Xian directly said. Good, quickly go and collect the information. The ghost god sect's patriarch immediately shouted. The ghost god sect's patriarch and the other disciples quickly left, leaving behind Yi Xian and the other 2. I thought that I would need 3 days to break through, but it seems that there's no need for that. Yi Xian snickered in his heart. In the next moment, his aura surged. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Spirit Disaster 9th grade. A system notification rang out. Yi Xian had finally broken through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. However, this was only the initial Spirit Disaster 9th grade. Only by reaching the pinnacle of Spirit Disaster 9th grade would one know if there was a bottleneck to break through to the manifestation realm. Since Wei Zhentian had already broken through to the limit, if Yi Xian didn't break through, he wouldn't be able to break through either. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't need to consume ores. Luo, these are for you. Yi Xian directly threw the remaining items to Luo. With these items, Luo should be able to break through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade within 3 days. She might even be able to break through to the manifestation realm. Soon, the experts of the sect of the god of ghosts gathered once again. The ghost god sect's patriarch sorted out the latest information and passed it to Yi Xian. The underground corpse king massacred a city half an hour ago. The white bone corpse king destroyed the myriad underworld valley 2 hours ago. Yi Xian swept a glance over the information. The corpse king palace originally sent 5 corpse kings to the territory of the sect of the god of ghosts. Previously, Yi Xian killed the Vajra corpse king, so there were 4 left. These 4 corpse kings were spread out in 4 directions, constantly spreading the blood poison plague. Alright, I'll make a move now. Yi Xian received the information and took out the white bone token used by the sect of the God of Ghosts for communication. This way, he would be able to receive real-time information. At this moment, the others discovered that Yi Xian's aura was different. He had actually broken through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. Just how did he cultivate? The others couldn't understand. It hadn't even been 2 minutes since they left, and Yi Xian had actually broken through from Spirit Disaster 8th grade to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. It was simply too inconceivable. Seniors, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he tore open the void and left. As for Luluo, she remained in the sect of the God of Ghosts to cultivate. When the experts of the sect of the God of Ghosts saw Yi Xian leaving, they revealed a strange expression. This was the first time that the sect of the God of Ghosts had to rely on an outsider for help when they were in trouble. However, they were confident in Yi Xian's strength. They hoped that Yi Xian would be able to help them get through this crisis. It would be even better if he could destroy the Corpse King Palace. At that time, the land of the dead would be under the control of the sect of the God of Ghosts. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left the sect of the God of Ghosts. He was now at Spirit Disaster 9th grade, so it wouldn't be much of a problem even if he separated from his clone. Therefore, he chose to split up. White Bone Corpse King, ranked 7th in the Corpse King Palace. Burrowing Corpse King, ranked 4th in the Corpse King Palace. Frost Corpse King, ranked 12th in the Corpse King Palace. Blazing Corpse King, ranked 11th in the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Among the remaining 4 Corpse Kings, the Burrowing Corpse King was slightly more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, he was the strongest, ranked 4th. As for the remaining 2 Corpse Kings, they weren't that strong, so it wasn't a big deal. However, Yi Xian followed the principle of nearest and dealt with the Frost Corpse King and Blazing Corpse King first. Chapter 1079. While they were on the road, Yi Xian's white bone token was constantly receiving news from the sect of the God of Ghost. At this moment, Yi Xian stopped as he looked at the red mist ahead. So this is the blood poison plague? This blood poison is extremely harmful to the ghost spirits. Even the ghost spirit ancestor could fall from it. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he rushed in. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. The system notified. Although the blood poison plague was extremely harmful to the ghost spirits, it wasn't much of a threat to humans, not to mention Yi Xian, who had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Yi Xian entered the red mist and quickly found a city. The people in this city were all killed by the Frost Corpse King, and it was already a dead city. Even if there were people who turned into ghost spirits with resentment, they were still killed by the blood poison plague. According to the news from the sect of the God of Ghost, the Frost Corpse King just visited this city half an hour ago, so it should be nearby. Yi Xian hurriedly summoned his clone over, then relied on his perception eye to search the blood poison plague area. In less than 10 minutes, he found the Frost Corpse King at the edge of the blood poison plague. Found you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned his clone and merged with it. The Frost Corpse King, who was preparing to spread the blood poison plague, sensed Yi Xian's aura and immediately frowned. Another elder of the sect of the God of Ghost that came to die? You dare to find trouble with me with a mere 9th grade spirit disaster? A light flashed in the eyes of a tall man with light blue skin. He thought that Yi Xian was just an elder of the sect of the God of Ghost. But soon he regretted his carelessness. Eyes of glory. Golden dragon, catch your hands. Yi Xian approached the Frost Corpse King and directly used his trump card. With his 9th grade spirit disaster, his strength had reached an explosive level when he used the Eye of Radiance. Furthermore, the Dragon Catcher Hands was a divine ability. Before the Frost Corpse King could react, it was tightly gripped by 2 golden dragon capturing hands. Zizi. When the Frost Corpse King's flesh and blood, which was filled with the aura of death, came into contact with the golden true chi, it was burned until its skin and flesh were torn apart. A mere 9th grade spirit disaster, so what if he uses his divine ability? The Frost Corpse King roared angrily. Then, the power of extreme ice wrapped around its body and condensed into a set of ice armor. However, This ice armor did not even last a second before it was crushed by the two golden dragon-capturing hands. Gotcha! The ice armor was crushed. At the same time, a fierce light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. Have a taste of this. Yi Xian's right fist suddenly struck out. This was the sect of the God of Ghosts' secret technique, the God of Ghosts' fist. As Yi Xian had already broken through to 9th grade spirit disaster, he could devour 3 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirits, which increased his strength by a lot. Along the way, he used the high-grade sword comprehension pill to comprehend the man and sword as one fist. Therefore, the power of this fist was extremely powerful. What? Impossible! Looking at the powerful God of Ghosts' fist, the Frost Corpse King's face changed. The power of this fist was probably even stronger than the golden dragon capturing hands. Boom! The God of Ghosts' fist hit the Frost Corpse King and instantly shattered its bones. The God of Ghosts' fist could only be considered as a pseudo-divine ability and not a divine ability. However, the power of the God of Ghosts' fist was stronger than the golden dragon capturing hands. That was because Yi Xian was still at 9th grade spirit disaster and was unable to fully display the power of the divine ability. Only when he reached the manifestation realm would he be able to fully display the power of the divine ability. Right now, the Corpse King is just an ant in my eyes. With my strength, I should be able to fight against a human in the manifestation realm, right? Yi Xian looked at the corpse in front of him and muttered in his heart. A manifestation realm expert could use the power of manifestation realm. Even 10 Frost Corpse Kings wouldn't be his opponent. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed over and kept the universe ring of the Frost Corpse King. Only now did he suddenly remember that he still had the Eye of Control. Forget it. The next time I encounter a Corpse King, I'll control it first. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was calm. After all, a Corpse King level fighter was dispensable. After dealing with the Frost Corpse King, he once again soared through the air and returned to the position where his clone was. His clone was about to find the Flaming Corpse King. Now that his main body had come to search, he should be able to find it soon. Just as he had expected, in less than half an hour, he sensed a scorching aura. The Flaming Corpse King. I finally found you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he rushed towards the Flaming Corpse King. The Flaming Corpse King was still wandering around the Blood Poison Plague area. The Blood Poison Plague was fatal to ghost spirits, but it was nothing to humans. As long as the ghost spirits were kept in the 10,000 ghost banner, it would be fine. Therefore, some people were still in the Blood Poison Plague area. Finally, the Flaming Corpse King found Yi Xian. When he turned his head, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Burning eye. Yi Xian was now in the 9th grade spirit disaster, while the Flaming Corpse King was only in the manifestation realm. They were only one realm apart, so Yi Xian's mental attack was still very effective. What the hell is this? I have used flames to temper my body for hundreds of years, and this move actually burned my will? The Flaming Corpse King was shocked. However, he was an old corpse that had lived for hundreds of years. His willpower was very strong, and he could still withstand a mental attack. He could withstand 1 or 2 burning eye attacks. But what if it was 5 or 10 times? No, with Yi Xian's current strength, a mere 4 burning eye attacks would cause the Flaming Corpse King to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Become my slave. When Yi Xian saw that it was about time, he immediately used the Eye of Control. Ding! Control failed. This Corpse King Palace's Corpse King was indeed capable. His willpower was weakened so much, but he could still withstand 1 Eye of Control. However, after this system notification, another notification sounded one after another. Ding! Control succeeded. Before the Flaming Corpse King could make a move on Yi Xian, he was controlled. Greetings, Master. The Flaming Corpse King knelt down on one knee. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly took off his yin and yang ring before asking, "Is there an antidote for this blood poison plague?" "I'm not sure." The Flaming Corpse King shook his head and said, "This blood poison plague was refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King and the Tranquil Green Corpse King for decades. If there is an antidote, it should be on the Crimson Blood Corpse King." Crimson Blood Corpse King? Chapter 1080. How many more hidden corpse kings are there in the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian asked again. There are 2 more, and they aren't any weaker than the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. The Scarlet Blood Corpse King replied. There are indeed some hidden ones. Yi Xian frowned. In other words, there are a total of 15 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian asked a few more questions, then he said to the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, Go and eliminate these Scarlet Blood doppelgangers. Although the Scarlet Blood Corpse King was weak, he was the brother of the current Corpse King Palace Master, the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. It would be easier for him to eliminate the Scarlet Blood doppelgangers. The spread of the blood poison plague was very fast, but most of it was caused by the Scarlet Blood doppelgangers. If the blood poison plague was allowed to spread on its own, it would only spread at 1/5 of its current speed. Yes, Master. The Scarlet Blood Corpse King nodded and left. Now Yi Xian had dealt with 2 Corpse Kings. After the Scarlet Blood Corpse King left, he immediately sent a message to the God of Ghost sect. Then he went to the next location. The White Bone Corpse King and the Underground Corpse King were 1 or 2 days away. Yi Xian estimated that as long as the White Bone Corpse King was dealt with, the myriad returning swords cooldown would be almost over. 1 day later, Yi Xian found the White Bone Corpse King. The White Bone Corpse King had tempered its bones and was equipped with a set of white bone armor. Its defense was second only to the Vajra Corpse King, but it was much stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. The bone attacks used by the Corpse King Palace elders were similar to the Ghost God Fist and were created by the White Bone Corpse King. This time, Yi Xian prepared to use the Eye of Control to control the Corpse King. Although the White Bone Corpse King was strong, its speed was much slower than Yi Xian. The latter used the Golden Dragon Capturing Hand to capture the Corpse King and slowly tortured it. Ding! Control successful. After 4 burning eyes, the White Bone Corpse King was subdued by Yi Xian. Yi Xian emptied the Corpse King's interspatial ring and left. In that case, only the Excavating Corpse King was left. Those walking corpses were refined by this Excavator Undead King. At the same time, this Excavator Undead King is proficient in the art of walking underground. It's hard to see its head or tail. The last time it appeared was half a day ago. Yi Xian arrived at the place where the Underground Corpse King had appeared for half a day. He felt that this Underground Corpse King was a bit troublesome. This Burrowing Corpse King came and went without a trace. Even Yi Xian couldn't do anything to him as he moved underground. But now, only the Underground Corpse King was still wandering around. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghost could send experts to guard the border of the blood poison plague. They could also enter the area of the blood poison plague to develop an antidote to stop the plague from spreading. Yi Xian searched the area where the Underground Corpse King appeared, but he couldn't find any powerful aura. Ding! 10,000 swords return to Origin's cooldown is over. Just as he was searching, the system notification rang out. Yi Xian now had the capital to kill the Corpse King Palace. With the 10,000 swords returned to Origin, even if all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace attacked together, he wouldn't be afraid. At this moment, 3/5 of the sect of the God of Ghosts territory was covered by the blood poison plague. Young Master, I broke through. Luo sent a message not long after the 10,000 swords return to Origin's cooldown was over. Very good. I will go back and pick you up. Then we will kill the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian nodded. Then he broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost. Little brother Yi, that Underground Corpse King. Seeing Yi Xian's return, the sect of the God of Ghosts sect hurriedly asked. I didn't find him. There is no trace of him at all. So I want to kill the Corpse King Palace directly. Yi Xian shook his head. Kill the Corpse King Palace? The sect of the God of Ghosts sect of the God of Ghosts' eyes suddenly lit up. They were worried that the blood poison plague would spread to the sect of the God of Ghost, but they completely neglected one point. The Corpse King Palace had already lost several Corpse Kings. The Vajra Corpse King, Chain Corpse King, Green Corpse King, Violent Bear Corpse King, and Frost Corpse King. Not only that, but the Scarlet Flame Corpse King and White Bone Corpse King were also under Yi Xian's control. A total of 7 corpse kings were either dead or under Yi Xian's control. If the underground corpse king was added to the mix, the corpse king palace's combat strength would be nothing compared to the sect of the god of ghost. We actually forgot this point. Including the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, there are only 5 corpse kings in the Corpse King Palace. The sect of the god of ghosts founders suddenly laughed. The Corpse King Palace had 5 corpse kings, but the sect of the god of ghost had 14 ghost spirit ancestors. Although they couldn't break through the blood poison plagues area, Yi Xian had the Eye of the Void. As long as Yi Xian broke through the void, they could all kill their way to the Corpse King Palace. 14 Manifestation Realm ghost spirit ancestors were enough to crush the 5 corpse kings, including the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. Even if the Corpse King Palace still had hidden corpse kings, they wouldn't be able to defeat the sect of the god of ghost. In fact, even Yi Xian forgot that he could use the Eye of the Void to go straight to the enemy's nest. Alright, then we will kill our way into the Corpse King Palace together. But I have a request. You just need to delay them. I must be the one to kill them. Yi Xian said directly. His chain random mission was to destroy the Corpse King Palace, but this mission was a little vague. What would be considered as destroying the Corpse King Palace? Kill the Corpse King Palace Master? Or destroy the entire Corpse King Palace? Therefore, Yi Xian's goal was to kill the Corpse King Palace Master, which was the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. Then he would destroy the entire Corpse King Palace. That should be enough to complete the chain random mission. Kill. The sect of the god of ghosts founder, Gui He, didn't know what Yi Xian wanted to do, but it was a small matter. If that's the case, then let's kill our way in today. The sect of the god of ghosts founder was burning with anxiety. He immediately summoned the ghost spirit ancestors. This time, he wanted to kill his way in personally. At the same time, there were 9 ghost spirit ancestors, including Yu. 10 ghost spirit ancestors, plus Yi Xian and Luo. The Corpse King Palace must be destroyed this time. After the sect of the god of ghosts founder and the others finished their preparations, Yi Xian broke through the void and arrived at the place where he subdued the corpse elder. Chapter 1081. Let's go! Without hesitation, Yi Xian led the group of experts to the Corpse King Palace. 10 minutes later, the ghost spirit patriarchs looked at the incomparably eerie hall in front of them, and all of them revealed ominous glints. Corpse King Palace, today will be the day of your destruction. The ancestor of the god of ghost sect, Gihe, turned into a gust of wind and swept toward the Corpse King Palace. At the same time, the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace also sensed the 10 auras of the manifestation realm. Not good. A red-haired man in the depths of the Corpse King Palace suddenly opened his eyes. He had the same bloody eyes as the ghost spirit ancestor. He was the current palace master of the Corpse King Palace, the Crimson Blood Corpse King. When the 10 powerful auras of the ancestor of the god of ghost sect gathered together, they could be sensed even from far away. The Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't figure out where the 10 auras came from. Are they from the god of ghost sect? The Crimson Blood Corpse King frowned, but in the next moment, he denied himself. No, that's impossible. The blood poison plague has surrounded the entire Corpse King Palace and occupied a large part of the god of ghost sect's territory. They can't come here. Since it wasn't the ghost spirit ancestor of the god of ghost sect, who could it be? The Crimson Blood Corpse King gave up on guessing and left in a flash. At the same time, the other Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace gathered together. Now, there were 7 Corpse Kings in the sky above the Corpse King Palace, including the Crimson Blood Corpse King. The Chain Corpse King, the Green Corpse King, and the Violent Bear Corpse King that were originally in charge of the Corpse King Hall had all been killed by Yi Xian, so there were only 5 left. It seemed that there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Crimson Blood, what's going on? A one-eyed old man immediately asked. I'm not sure. Could it be the experts of the 8 families in the north? The Crimson Blood Corpse King immediately shook his head. 8 families? Impossible. How could 10 manifestation realm experts come at once? If they wanted to destroy the Corpse King Palace, they wouldn't need so many people. The one-eyed old man's heart trembled. The Corpse King Palace and the sect of the god of ghost were indeed the overlords of the land of the dead. However, there was a teleportation formation north of the land of the dead. Beside the teleportation formation were 8 great clans. Any one of them could easily sweep through the entire land of the dead. The people in the land of the dead were afraid of this, so they didn't dare to expand the territory of the land of the dead for fear of angering the 8 families. It had already been over 1,000 years, and nothing had happened to them. The 8 great clans should not care about them. However, just as these corpse kings were discussing, the 10 manifestation realm experts had already arrived at the entrance of the corpse king palace. When the Crimson Blood Corpse King and the others saw the newcomer, they couldn't help but tremble. How is that possible? The Crimson Blood Corpse King and the others cried out in alarm, because they saw that it was Gui Ling, the old ancestor of the Ghost God sect. Crimson Blood Corpse King, you didn't expect this, right? The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect, Gihi, took a step forward and said, "You didn't expect us to come, did you?" Hearing this, the 7 corpse kings of the Corpse King Palace and all the Corpse King Palace experts under them silently agreed. Who would have thought that the old ancestor of the Ghost God sect would actually cross the blood poison plague area and directly come to the Corpse King Palace? Impossible, how did you come here? The Crimson Blood Corpse King had a look of disbelief. Do you think the blood poison plague can trap us? Guihi sneered and said, "Let's cut the crap. Today is the day of your Corpse King Palace's destruction." With just you? The one-eyed old man said disdainfully. From the current situation, the Corpse King Palace was at a disadvantage. After all, they only had 7 corpse kings. On the other hand, the sect of the God of Ghost had 10 old ancestors of Gui Ling, plus Yi Xian and Luo Luo, who was still in the physical space. After taking control of the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Yi Xian actually found out that there were 2 more hidden corpse kings in the Corpse King Palace, and one of them was this one-eyed corpse king. However, it seemed that these corpse kings still had a trump card. Could it be that you have other trump cards? Guihi narrowed his eyes. Even if you come out in full force, don't even think about destroying my Corpse King Palace. The Crimson Blood Corpse King sneered. In the next moment, he took out several blood corpses from his interspatial ring. Don't forget that the Corpse King Palace could control corpses, even if they were corpses themselves. Not good. Guihi's expression changed when he saw these blood corpses. The Crimson Blood Corpse King wanted to infect the Corpse King Palace with the blood poison plague. After all, the blood poison plague was only harmful to ghost spirits. In an instant, the 9 old ancestors of Gui Ling and Yu Yu attacked at the same time. Not only that, but Yi Xian also did the same. If the blood poison plague spreads, I will have to deal with these corpse kings alone. Yi Xian said in his heart. Even if he used the innumerable swords, facing 7 corpse kings at once was still very stressful, so he needed to borrow the power of the sect of the God of Ghost. At that moment, he looked around and directly used the Eye of Illusion on the 7 corpse kings. These 7 corpse kings were all in the first level of the manifestation realm, so they were instantly affected, but 3 of them immediately broke out of the illusion. Crimson Blood Corpse King, One-Eyed Corpse King, Bramble Corpse King. Yi Xian immediately recognized them. These 3 were the strongest in the Corpse King Palace, and they were ranked first. As for the other 4, they were directly surrounded by Guihi and the other old ancestors of Gui Ling. At the same time, Yi Xian also directly used the burning eyes on the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Who is using a mental attack on me? The Crimson Blood Corpse King didn't understand the situation. With his cultivation level, he actually didn't notice who was attacking him. However, in this situation he didn't have time to care so much, so he immediately threw out more than 10 blood corpses. After these blood corpses fell to the ground, they exploded and turned into pools of blood. Then, the blood quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, half of the Corpse King Palace was surrounded. Sizzle! The blood poison plague began to emit red mist. Seeing this, the old ancestors of Gui Ling changed their expressions. They all knew how powerful the blood poison plague was. Even if they were surrounded by the red mist, their souls would be scattered. Let's end this quickly, everyone thought in their hearts. At the same time, Yi Xian also continuously used the burning eyes and the eyes of illusion, and he was already wearing the brilliant golden armor. Overlord's boundless sword, Shake for me. Yi Xian shouted in his heart, and the giant golden sword in his hand slashed down with a loud bang. The attack range of his attack enveloped the Crimson Blood Corpse King, One-Eyed Corpse King, and Bramble Corpse King. Rumble! The golden sword fell with a loud bang, shaking the red mist on the ground, and the powerful impact was also applied to the Corpse Kings. Chapter 1082. A Good Chance. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was stunned after the successful sneak attack, Yi Xian used the Burning Eye on the Crimson Blood Corpse King once again, followed by the Eye of Control. Ding! Control failed. The system notification rang out. The Crimson Blood Corpse King was the #1 Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace. Its realm was extremely close to the second level of the Manifestation Realm. However, as long as it was still in the first level of the Manifestation Realm, it could only end up as Yi Xian's servant. Eye of Control. Ding! Control succeeded. Another system notification rang out. This time, the Crimson Blood Corpse King was successfully controlled by Yi Xian. Although the blood corpses that were thrown out by the Crimson Blood Corpse King had already spread the blood poison plague, it would not continue to spread. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the Crimson Blood Corpse King. At the same time, he also released Luo from the physical space. It's finally my turn. Hundredfold Demon Fox Clone. After Luo appeared, she split into 100 clones. Among the 100 clones, 40 of them were true Qi clones and her original body. There were so many Luoyuos and all of them were holding onto a chain that was emitting lightning. This was the 100-fold Iron Chain Corpse King's chain. At this moment, Luo suddenly threw the chain in her hand. 100-fold shackles. Hundreds of chains flew towards the nearest One-Eyed Corpse King, including the 100-fold iron chain that Luo's original body was holding. What? 100-fold iron chain? The One-Eyed Corpse King jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. The hundreds of 100-fold iron chains had frightened him, but he immediately reacted. There were definitely many illusions within. Indeed, even Luo's 40 true Qi clones were holding onto 100-fold iron chains, but they were only formed from true Qi. The real 100-fold iron chain was only the one in Luo's hand, but it was thrown out now. You want to leave? Just as the One-Eyed Corpse King was dodging the attack, 2 large golden hands suddenly appeared. He dodged one but was caught by the other. Divine ability! The One-Eyed Corpse King's face changed once again. Even the Corpse King Palace didn't have a divine ability, but this brat at 9th grade Spirit Disaster actually knew one? After being caught by the Golden Dragon capturing hand, Luo controlled the true energy chains to bind him. At the same time, she also controlled the true energy chains to bind him. In terms of restricting abilities, Yi Xian's Golden Dragon capturing hands was actually inferior to Luo's 100-layered shackles. After all, Yi Xian was not in the manifestation realm and could not unleash the true power of his divine ability. Seeing the One-Eyed Corpse King being chained up and being electrocuted by the Baijin iron chain, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he immediately threw a punch at it. Ghost God Fist. One-Eyed Corpse King die. This punch was enough to kill anyone in the land of the dead. Even the One-Eyed Corpse King hidden in the Corpse King Palace wouldn't be able to withstand it. Bang! After a rumbling sound, the One-Eyed Corpse King was directly blasted to pieces and died. Now, of the 7 Corpse Kings, only 5 were left. The strongest one was the Bramble Corpse King. Go! After the Bramble Corpse King saw how powerful Yi Xian was, he knew that the Corpse King Palace was finished. Therefore, he immediately dived into the blood poison plague. However, this blood poison plague had no effect on Yi Xian. The Crimson Blood Corpse King is already under my control. Luo, you and him kill the remaining 4. Yi Xian shouted and rushed towards the Bramble Corpse King. The other 4 Corpse Kings were not bad, but they were surrounded by 10 Ghost Spirit Ancestor. Now, with the addition of the Crimson Blood Corpse King and Luo, they couldn't escape even if they grew hairy legs. The Bramble Corpse King was originally a little far from the battlefield, so Yi Xian immediately landed on the ground and madly chased after him. A second later, Yi Xian caught up to him. I know you've already died once, so I'll ask you to die again. Yi Xian stretched out his left hand and used the Golden Dragon Catcher hand. However, just as this hand was about to grab the Bramble Corpse King, a hand covered in livor mortis suddenly appeared under the Corpse King's feet and directly dragged him into the ground. Huh! Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't know what happened. But in the next moment, he immediately reacted. The hand that dragged the Bramble Corpse King into the ground just now exuded an aura no weaker than the Bramble Corpse King. Digger Corpse King? Yi Xian frowned. This possibility flashed in his mind. No wonder he couldn't find the Digger Corpse King before. It turned out that he returned to the Corpse King Palace. Now that he saw the Corpse King Palace in trouble, he decided to help. So what if the Digger Corpse King is here? I am not afraid of 7 of you. Why would I be afraid of you guys joining hands? Yi Xian stared with wide eyes. He jumped high and punched down. Ghost God Fist. Boom! The ground cracked. The entire Corpse King Palace seemed to tremble. However, the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King were nowhere to be seen. This Digger Corpse King's digging speed is quite fast. Wei Zhentian, chase. Yi Xian immediately threw out the heaven-shaking sword. In the next moment, it turned into a drilling machine and directly sank into the ground. In terms of drilling speed, Wei Zhentian was not inferior to the Digger Corpse King at all. However, Yi Xian didn't follow him down. He relied on his connection with Wei Zhentian to follow him on the ground. It's going down? Yi Xian's footsteps paused. He felt Wei Zhentian going deeper and deeper into the ground. At this time, he glanced back and found that Luo Luo and the Crimson Blood Corpse King had already dealt with the remaining 4 Corpse Kings. After all, they had the help of Yu Yu and Gui He. Luo Luo was Yi Xian's slave, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King was controlled by Yi Xian, so they could represent Yi Xian. Now, only the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King were left in the entire Corpse King Palace. The system notification didn't sound. This means that we have to kill the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King, or destroy the entire Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He turned around and looked around. The Corpse King Palace, one of the 2 overlords of the land of the dead, had many disciples, but when the one-eyed Corpse King died, they all scattered. There was no one left in the Corpse King Palace. Young master, they're all done. Luo Luo's voice sounded in his mind. Very good, come and set up a defense. We must find the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King. Yi Xian nodded in response. Wei Zhentian was still following them. These 2 Corpse Kings were the key to whether they could complete the chain random mission. However, he soon found out that the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King weren't the final targets of the chain random mission. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded. It alarmed Yi Xian and the others. The entire Corpse King Palace began to tremble. What's going on? Yu Yu and the others didn't understand the situation. They began to look around. Chapter 1083. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown because he had seen a similar scene in the Blood Cloud sect. What's under the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian hurriedly shouted at the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Immortal Corpse King. The Crimson Blood Corpse King answered directly. What? Immortal Corpse King? Why is there another Corpse King in your Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian shuddered after hearing this. 4 of the 5 Corpse Kings outside had already been killed by him. Originally, there were 8 Corpse Kings guarding the Corpse King Palace. Now, there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings, making a total of 10. In total, there were 15 Corpse Kings. This was what Yi Xian learned from the Crimson Blood Corpse King. But now, why was there another Immortal Corpse King? Only me, the Cyclops Corpse King, and the Burrowing Corpse King know about the Immortal Corpse King. Now, the Extremist Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King must have awakened the Immortal Corpse King. The Crimson Blood Corpse King explained. What did you say? Immortal Corpse King? At this time, Gui He suddenly rushed over and asked in shock. Yes, the first Corpse King Palace Master. The Crimson Blood Corpse King nodded. Now, Yi Xian understood who the Immortal Corpse King was. But after the Ghost God Sect's Patriarch He heard this, he felt it was inconceivable. Impossible. The Immortal Corpse King was dismembered by the 8 Families Manifestation Realm experts hundreds of years ago. How could he not die? Gui He said in shock. We died once. Even if we were dismembered, as long as we reassemble, we still have a chance of resurrection. However, the immortal corpse king's soul has been wiped out, leaving only his body. After we reassembled his body, we couldn't control him, so we sealed him. After the crimson blood corpse king finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ground. It was a bald man with dark skin and bare arms. There was a large liver mortis spot on his neck. Not only that, his limbs had traces of being sewn. His aura was even stronger than the crimson blood corpse king. Clearly, he was the immortal corpse king. So disgusting, there are maggots in his mouth. Yi Xian subconsciously hid behind Yi Xian. The immortal corpse king's soul had already been obliterated, leaving behind only a shell. But his aura was incomparably powerful. Wei Zhentian is broken? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that Wei Zhentian, who was tailing the excavating corpse king, had actually died. At the same time, there were black bloodstains on the hands of this undying corpse king. It seemed to be the blood of burrowing corpse king or bramble corpse king. In addition, the chain of random quests had also changed. The requirement to destroy Corpse King Palace is to kill an immortal Corpse King. With the appearance of the immortal Corpse King, the chain of random quests had been refreshed. Now, Yi Xian finally knew how to complete the quests. So it was just to kill you? I thought you were going to tear down the entire Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and gazed at the terrifying immortal corpse monarch. In just a few seconds, this immortal corpse monarch had actually broken Wei Zhentian. The excavating corpse king and bramble corpse king had probably suffered as well. This immortal corpse monarch's level had probably reached the second level of the manifestation realm. We originally wanted to revive the immortal corpse monarch, but we didn't succeed. That's why he's the same as the ghost spirits, only knowing how to kill. The reason why he's so powerful is because we sealed him in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years. The crimson blood corpse king on the side reminded. The corpse dissolving pool was a secret of the corpse king palace. Only the crimson blood corpse king, the cyclops corpse king, and the excavating corpse king knew about it. These corpse kings relied on the corpse dissolving pool to maintain the strength of their bodies and prevent them from deteriorating. However, the corpse dissolving pool's water would harm the soul, so even the crimson blood corpse king only used a little every month. If he was allowed to soak in the corpse dissolving pool, his soul would probably dissipate in 2 days. Coincidentally, the immortal corpse monarch had died twice, so his soul was long gone. Soaking in the pool for hundreds of years was as good as dying. Everyone looked at the immortal corpse monarch in fear, but they didn't see the immortal corpse monarch making any moves. What's going on? Why isn't he making a move? A ghost spirit ancestor asked in astonishment. The immortal corpse monarch was a little strange. Ever since he appeared, he had been looking at them in a daze. Could it be that he was afraid? Impossible. Because everyone present could feel his powerful aura. He was at least at the second level of the manifestation realm, or even the third level of the manifestation realm. Just as the crowd was feeling surprised, they saw some broken limbs flying out from the ground. The Corpse King Palace had been established for thousands of years, so there were many corpses below. However, why would these severed limbs appear? Next, they were shocked. They saw the rotting severed limbs suddenly begin to reassemble, and then formed corpses. What kind of technique is this? Could it be that after soaking in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years, it underwent a mutation? Even the crimson blood corpse king couldn't understand. However, his expression changed drastically as he said, "Master, my Corpse King Palace was established in the corpse pit. In addition, there were countless corpses buried in the Corpse King Cemetery behind the Corpse King Palace for thousands of years." Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Corpse pit, Corpse King Cemetery? He immediately reacted. If this immortal corpse monarch that soaked in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years underwent a mutation and had the ability to reassemble severed limbs, then what they would have to face next would be an army of thousands of corpses. Don't let him succeed. Go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Originally, he wanted to see what the immortal corpse monarch wanted to do. Since he already knew, then what was he waiting for? Myriad swords return. In an instant, Yi Xian directly used his trump card. Wei Zhentian, who had just died, appeared again and then transformed into thousands of bodies. Luo Luo Yu, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, and the 9 ghost spirit ancestors all moved out together. This immortal corpse monarch was at least at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm, or even the 3rd level, so it couldn't be underestimated. Tsikisk, the immortal corpse monarch, suddenly revealed a smile to everyone, and then quickly retreated. What? Escaped? Everyone was shocked. Didn't they say that the immortal corpse monarch's soul had been wiped out, and it had become a walking corpse? Could it be that after soaking in the corpse-dissolving pool for hundreds of years, other than gaining the ability to reassemble severed limbs, it also grew a new consciousness? You're my mission monster. How can you just run away like that? Looking at the immortal corpse monarch that was retreating rapidly, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately controlled thousands of skyquake swords to attack the immortal corpse monarch. He estimated that the immortal corpse monarch hadn't reached the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, and was only at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to escape. Everyone else guessed this as well. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Yi Xian hastily scanned with the Eye of Revelation and discovered that a large number of figures were rushing over from behind the Corpse King Palace. Chapter 1084. Even Yi Xian's heart palpitated at the sight of this army of corpses. Their combined might even surpass that of the immortal Corpse King. Once a member of the Corpse King Palace died, they would be refined into battle corpses. However, the refinement of battle corpses wasn't a 100% success rate. Once they failed, they would be buried in the Corpse King graveyard. After 1,000 years, who knew how many corpses had accumulated? A large wave of corpses was controlled by the immortal Corpse King. Below their feet was the mass grave that was built before the Corpse King Palace was built. Severed limbs were constantly flying out and reassembling. These reassembled corpses all carried the blood poison plague. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghost was in a dilemma. Crimson Blood Corpse King, can you neutralize this blood poison plague? Yi Xian hurriedly turned his head and asked. No, I haven't refined the antidote yet. Crimson Blood Corpse King shook his head and replied. At this time, the blood poison plague had already submerged the entire Corpse King Palace. The ghost spirit ancestor could only fly high in the sky and use his attacks to disperse the blood poison plague. However, after the severed limbs flew out from the ground and reassembled, their bodies were more or less mixed with the blood mist. Their attacks were fatal to the ghost spirit ancestor. After these corpses crawled out, they rushed towards the ghost spirit ancestor. The ghost spirit ancestor could only repel them one by one. There are at least 30,000 of them. If they all surround me, I'll be fine, but you and the others will be in trouble. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately broke through the void. At the same time, he said to Yu and the others behind him, now that the Corpse King Palace is destroyed, you all go back first. I will deal with the Immortal Corpse King. Apart from the Immortal Corpse King Palace, there were 15 other Corpse Kings. Among them, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Crimson Flame Corpse King, and White Bone Corpse King were subdued by Yi Xian. The rest were dead, so the Corpse King Palace could be considered destroyed. Thinking of this, the ghost spirit ancestor nodded and said, Then be careful, little brother Yi. That Immortal Corpse King doesn't seem to be simple. The Corpse King Palace was already covered by the blood poison plague, and it was still spreading. They could only watch from the sky, so it was better to go back. After Yu nodded, she followed Gui He and the others through the void gate. Swish! The void door closed. At this moment, only Yi Xian, Luo, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King remained. As for the Corpse King Palace's disciples and elders, they had long since fled. Luo hurriedly passed the universe rings of the other Corpse Kings to Yi Xian. The latter quickly devoured the items inside and said, Chase! The Undying Corpse King's speed was very fast, so Wei Zhentian was following him. However, there were a large number of reborn corpses in front of him. If he wanted to chase after them, he had to break through a gap. Master, leave these to me. The Crimson Blood Corpse King looked at the large army in front of him and shouted in a low voice, then suddenly attacked. Scarlet Blood Tornado. In an instant, the Crimson Blood Corpse King used his special skill. This was an extremely strong red tornado, and the three of them were right in the eye of the tornado. Therefore, the reconstituted corpses that rushed towards them would be crushed into pieces by the bloody tornado. However, these shattered corpses would be reformed by the immortal Corpse Kings. What the hell happened to this undying Corpse King? How did it become so powerful? Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. With the help of the bloody tornado, the corpses couldn't stop Yi Xian's group at all. They quickly followed Wei Zhentian. The undying Corpse King's speed was extremely fast. If Yi Xian ran at full speed, he would be able to catch up. However, there were a large number of corpses blocking the way, so he had to slow down. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood the importance of this matter. If the undying Corpse King wasn't eliminated, there would be countless corpses wherever he ran. The land of the dead had been around for more than 1,000 years. Countless people had died there. If all of them were revived, then it would be a zombie world war. Most importantly, these corpses would affect the surroundings after they went out of control. If a large number of corpses left the land of the dead, it would definitely attract the attention of the 8 great families in the north. At that time, the land of the dead would be destroyed. While they were chasing the undying Corpse King, Luo Luo suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Young master, I know what happened to the undying Corpse King." What? Yi Xian turned his head and asked. "There's a description in my inherited memories. The undying Corpse King should have given birth to the will of death. There are strong and weak wills of death. The weak ones are like the undying Corpse King, while the strong ones can revive the dead." Luo Luo hurriedly explained. Revive the dead? Hearing this, Yi Xian and the Crimson Blood Corpse King were shocked. The latter was a Corpse King himself, but even he had never heard of the will of death. Yes, a strong will of death can revive the dead. It's an existence similar to the undying Corpse King. They have the memories of their previous life and can also increase their strength. Luo Luo nodded. It seems that the will of death has exceeded my knowledge. No matter what, this undying Corpse King must be eliminated. Otherwise, the land of the dead will be in chaos. Yi Xian didn't ask too much. They would deal with the undying Corpse King first. However, the undying Corpse King's speed wasn't something they could catch up with. They could only follow it. Soon, the myriad returning swords' duration was over. The sky-shaking swords immediately dissipated and Wei Zhentian returned to Yi Xian's side. Wei Zhentian, follow it underground. Luo Luo, Crimson Blood Corpse King, flank it. Yi Xian immediately ordered. As for himself, he naturally chased the undying Corpse King in a straight line. As long as the undying Corpse King deviated from its route, Luo Luo and Crimson Blood Corpse King could catch up with it and then try to intercept it. The undying Corpse King's will of death was randomly released. Along the way, countless severed limbs swept out from the ground and then reformed into corpses to attack Yi Xian and the others. If it ran around the land of the dead, everyone in the land of the dead would probably die. Yi Xian regretted. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have waited to see what the undying Corpse King wanted to do. He would have directly trapped it with the spiritual sword array and then beaten it up. This would have saved him a lot of trouble and also allowed him to complete the chain random mission. It was a pity that curiosity led to a disaster. Young master, I have a way to quickly catch up to it. At this time, Luo Luo suddenly said in Yi Xian's mind. What is it? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Transform and then continuously use Fox Demon Flash. However, I estimate that it can only delay him for 1 or 2 seconds. Luo Luo replied. Yi Xian understood. Luo Luo's transformation was to use the tuft of golden tail hair. However, every transformation would consume the golden tail hair. This tuft of golden tail hair was related to Luo Luo's bloodline, so he hadn't allowed Luo Luo to use it recently. If she wanted to use it, she had to obtain his permission first. Chapter 1085. Alright, be careful, lass. Yi Xian nodded in reply. After receiving the approval, Luolua's hair instantly turned golden. In the next moment, she turned into a golden bolt of lightning and charged towards the immortal Corpse King. The fleeing Immortal Corpse King turned around and revealed a strange expression. Previously, he saw so many ghost spirit ancestors and knew that he couldn't win, so he fled. But now, there was only Yi Xian and the other two. What was there to be afraid of? One had to know that the one chasing after him was the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, while Yi Xian and Luoluo were only at 9th grade spirit disaster. Die! The Immortal Corpse King spoke and charged towards Luoluo. You finally turned around. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that it was normal for the Immortal Corpse King to speak. The will in the Immortal Corpse King's head wasn't the first Corpse King Palace Masters, but a new will of death. In an instant, Luoluo came into contact with the Immortal Corpse King. Demon Fox Flash. Luoluo turned into a golden bolt of lightning and swept past the Immortal Corpse King. Then an arm flew up. After transforming, Luoluo's speed was off the charts. The Immortal Corpse King could only barely defend, otherwise, it would have been his head that flew up. Luoluo originally wanted to intercept the Immortal Corpse King, but she didn't expect the Immortal Corpse King to turn around and kill them. Hence, there was no need to maintain her transformation. Luoluo hurriedly deactivated her transformation and fought with the Immortal Corpse King. At the same time, Yi Xian and the Scarlet Blood Corpse King also rushed over. Scarlet Blood, clean up the surrounding corpses. Yi Xian ordered the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. The Immortal Corpse King's will of death seemed to be a passive ability. Wherever it went, there would be corpses regenerating. Although it wasn't a threat to Yi Xian hated being disturbed during battle. Immortal Corpse King, die a third time. Yi Xian roared. At this moment, the effects of Eye of Glory had already disappeared. However, as his level increased, so did his eye power. Thus, he used Eye of Glory once more. Golden hair, golden eyes, and golden armor appeared. Yi Xian faced the Immortal Corpse King and reached out with both hands. Golden dragon capturing hands. However, this Immortal Corpse King's strength was formidable. It actually directly punched the golden dragon capturing hand, blasting through it. As for the other golden dragon capturing hand, it missed. If you aren't in the manifestation realm, you won't be able to unleash the true power of the divine ability. Why don't you try this move again? Yi Xian suddenly summoned 3 9th grade spirit disaster ghosts and refined them. Phantom Transformation. The Ghost God transformation was only a pseudo-divine ability. At Yi Xian's level, he could fully unleash its effects. After his aura skyrocketed, he attacked the Immortal Corpse King again. Ghost God Fist. The Undying Corpse King was still fearless, unexpectedly charging forward again. Bang! Shockwaves rolled out. Yi Xian's strongest attack was actually dispersed by the Immortal Corpse King. How is this possible? Yi Xian was shocked. No one in the land of the dead could withstand his punch. Even the founder of the Ghost God sect, Gui He, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't. However, it was actually defeated by the Immortal Corpse King. Sure enough, this guy had some skills. The Immortal Corpse King's punch just now wasn't an ordinary attack. It had a hint of the disintegration eye. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. However, he quickly calmed down because this Immortal Corpse King had given birth to the will of death. When mentioning death, it was inevitable to associate it with decaying, withering, and disintegration. It was reasonable for the Immortal Corpse King's attack to have such effects. You know it, so do I. Yi Xian blasted out another Ghost God Fist. At the same time, his golden eyes immediately added 2 disintegration rays. Facing the second Ghost God Fist, the Immortal Corpse King still had the same attitude. Fight. Bang. The Ghost God Fist was once again dispersed by the Immortal Corpse King. However, this time, he neglected the disintegration rays. ZZ. The disintegration rays landed on the Immortal Corpse King's fist. The flesh was instantly disintegrated. However, the effect of the disintegration rays was a little out of Yi Xian's expectations. The Immortal Corpse King's fist was only disintegrated into a small hole. However, Yi Xian wasn't fighting the Immortal Corpse King alone. It was 2 against 1. Demon Fox Flash. Luoluo transformed again and directly swept past the Immortal Corpse King. Swish. Another arm was thrown up. Now, Both of the immortal corpse king's arms were flying. "You're still not dead?" Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. However, in the next moment, he saw the severed arms suddenly reattach. Not only that, but the severed arm that Luo Luo cut off the first time was the same. Damn! Yi Xian cursed. He didn't expect the immortal corpse king's will of death to be able to reassemble itself. This was out of Yi Xian's expectations. "I'm going to explode you. Let's see how you're going to reassemble." Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xian stretched out his hands again. Two golden dragon-catching hands directly grabbed the immortal corpse king. The golden true energy began to burn the immortal corpse king's body. The immortal corpse king was controlled and couldn't move. "Thousand-year-old monster, go to hell." Luo Luo frowned. She transformed into a golden flash again and swept past the immortal corpse king. Swish. This time, it wasn't the arm that flew up. Instead, it was the immortal corpse king's head. Even the crimson blood corpse king would die if its head was cut off. However, Yi Xian clearly felt that the immortal corpse king wasn't dead. "Not dead? Watch how I explode your head." Yi Xian punched out again. He was prepared to kill the immortal corpse king in one hit and complete the chain mission. Whoosh whoosh. The fist wind whistled. The ghost god fist hit the immortal corpse king's head and instantly exploded it. "It's finally dead." After seeing this scene, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After going through so much, he finally completed this damn chain mission. Ding! The host has completed the chain mission. The reward is the Heavenly Eye Bloodline evolution. The system prompted. The evolution of the Heavenly Eye Bloodline was equivalent to obtaining a devouring point. This made Yi Xian very satisfied. Now, he could control 25 people with the Eye of Control. However, even if the immortal corpse king was dead, the reassembled corpses around it still hadn't fallen. Hence, Yi Xian still needed to clean up these walking corpses. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a strange white fog at the place where the immortal corpse king's head exploded. Is this the death intent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This thought flashed through his mind. Just as he was about to collect the will of death and check it out, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 1086. The pupil of this huge eye was a sinister white. Yi Xian only glanced at it and his heart turned cold. What the F***ck is this? Yi Xian was so scared that his heart was beating rapidly. His breathing was rapid, as if he was about to suffocate. Following the appearance of this huge eye, the surroundings quietened down. The walking corpses stopped moving. Even Yi Xian and the other two were unable to move. What the hell is this? Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, not only was his body unable to move, an unprecedented sense of danger rose in his heart. He once again felt the aura of death. His entire body was creeped out, his hair stood on end, and he couldn't stop trembling. What exactly is this huge eye? How can it suppress the three of them and the hundreds of walking corpses around them? Just as Yi Xian and the other two were in shock, the will of death suddenly rose in spirals and was absorbed by the huge eye in the sky. The will of death has been absorbed? Yi Xian widened his eyes and watched as the will of death was absorbed by the huge eye. However, what he didn't notice was that the walking corpses around them were rapidly becoming stronger. At this moment, swoosh! The huge eye suddenly turned and its attention seemed to fall on Yi Xian. What an annoying life aura! An old and drawn-out voice fell into Yi Xian and Luo Luo's ears. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw his body wither away like sand. Am I going to die? Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Young master, Luo Luo saw Yi Xian's body being blown away and hurriedly shouted. However, under the deterrence of this huge eye, she couldn't even open her mouth to speak. She could only transmit her voice through the air. Yi Xian's heart was crumbling. He didn't expect his original body and doppelganger to die in such a situation. In this situation, even if he had the Eye of Eternity, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Most importantly, he didn't know who killed him. What exactly was this huge eye? Yi Xian had already closed his eyes in despair. Fortunately, even though he couldn't move his body, he was still able to put Luo Luo back into his storage space. Far away in the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent, there was still a second clone. At worst, he could just make a comeback. However, Yixian did not feel good about the feeling of his body withering away. Because he actually didn't feel any pain, and there wasn't even any blood. It was as if he was in a dream. However, this wasn't a dream, but reality. In the blink of an eye, Yixian's body was eroded to the point where only his head was left. If it was a normal person, they would have already died. Ding! The Crimson Blood Corpse King is out of control. The system notification sounded. This giant eye allowed the Crimson Blood Corpse King to grow stronger, to the point where it could break free from Yixian's control. This situation was simply adding insult to injury. However, at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. Swish! Suddenly, a powerful aura swept over. The giant eye in the sky turned, and the decomposition of Yixian's body immediately stopped. What? Yixian was shocked. He hurriedly scanned with the eye of revelation, but he could only see a dazzling golden light. Just as he was wondering what the hell this golden light was, the giant eye in the sky suddenly trembled and directly retreated into the crack. Then the crack rapidly closed. The sky returned to normal. Yixian didn't know what was going on, but with the disappearance of the giant eye, the suppressed bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body began to work again and began to reconstruct his body. What's going on? Yixian was confused. At this moment, only he and the Crimson Blood Corpse King were still alive, as well as that golden light. Brat, how dare you control me? Go to hell. While Yixian was still reconstructing his body, the Crimson Blood Corpse King suddenly roared and charged toward Yixian. The Crimson Blood Corpse King broke free of control, and its aura even surpassed that of the Immortal Corpse King from before. F***CK one wave after another? Yixian was scared witless. The giant eye had just left, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King was already taking revenge. This was really F***ket up. However, at this moment, whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind whistled and a golden light flashed, directly entering the Crimson Blood Corpse King's body. In the next moment, the Crimson Blood Corpse King directly evaporated and died. F***CK. Yixian cursed in his heart. He turned his head and found that the golden light was gradually dimming. The golden light faded, and finally, a mini beast entered Yixian's eyes. This little beast had platinum scales, horns, and claws, but it was still smaller than Luo Luo. Yixian squinted his eyes and found that this little beast was actually a sky dragon. However, wasn't this sky dragon a little too obsessed with you? Not only was it mini, but why was it a little fat? Why is it a human? The little sky dragon suddenly opened its mouth. Its voice was very tender, as clear as a 3-year-old baby's. Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. At this time, he had just recovered his upper body. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." "Senior, your head, call me the super invincible handsome dragon." The little sky dragon corrected. Thank you, super invincible handsome dragon senior," Yixian said again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 words flashed through his mind. What a joke. No matter what this little sky dragon was like, Yixian knew that it saved him today, so naturally, he couldn't say this out loud. The little sky dragon suddenly rushed over and stopped in front of Yixian. At this time, Yixian felt that this little sky dragon had a very familiar aura. Did you feel it? Have you seen that girl Luli before? The mini sky dragon suddenly asked. Luli. This name was naturally familiar to Yixian. Senior, are you talking about Fairy Luli? Yixian said subconsciously. Unexpectedly, before his voice fell, the mini sky dragon shouted angrily, "Fairy my head, this stinky shameless thing, how dare she call herself a fairy? Back then, she beat me back to my original form, thinking that she could tame me. As soon as I broke out of the egg, she disappeared without a trace." Beat you back to your original form? Tame you? When Yixian heard this, he instantly reacted. Could this mini sky dragon be the big egg in the Luli dreamland? He remembered that Fairy Luli used the fountain of youth in exchange for his blood, and then watered it on the big egg. No wonder he felt that this mini sky dragon had a familiar aura, so it was because of this. That little girl Lu Li beat me back to my original form, causing me to have to cultivate again. In the future, if I catch her, I must find 100 men and watch her being killed 100 times by each man. The mini sky dragon suddenly bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and couldn't help but curse loudly. Chapter 1087. 100 men, each one 100 times. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It seems that this mini sky dragon has a huge hatred for Fairy Lu Li. It actually wants to rape her 10,000 times. It's really too scary. Yi Xian's intuition told him that in this case, he has two choices. First, he could remain silent and let the mini sky dragon curse by itself. However, this mini sky dragon and Fairy Lu Li had a huge grudge against each other. If he just sat there and did nothing, perhaps he would be spat to death by the mini sky dragon. Second, of course, is to curse that Fairy Lu Li together with the mini sky dragon. This way he may get a reward. Yes, 100 times, 100 times. Yi Xian hurriedly agreed. Although he felt a little sorry for Fairy Lu Li, Yi Xian still did so. Anyway, Fairy Lu Li can't hear it. You little brat, you're to my liking. Come, curse that bitch together. I'll give you a bottle for each curse. After the mini sky dragon finished speaking, it took out a jade bottle from somewhere and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the jade bottle and opened it. Damn, the best quality immortal spring wine? Super invincible handsome senior dragon. Don't worry, I'll definitely curse her until the sky turns dark and the sea dries up. Yi Xian's cheap nature was exposed in an instant. Without thinking, he began to curse. A bottle of the best quality immortal spring wine, that is, 10 years of lifespan. There was actually such a good thing in the world. Yi Xian wondered if he was dreaming. Curse for me, I have a lot of the best quality immortal spring wine here. If you're satisfied, I'll give it all to you. The mini sky dragon said angrily. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. A lot of best quality immortal spring wine? Could it be the immortal spring lake in the Glaze illusion? Damn, if you give it all to me, I'll have at least a few 100,000 years of lifespan, right? Yi Xian's heart has been set off a stormy wave. A few 100,000 years of lifespan, it sounds scary. Although the benefits of swallowing the immortal spring water were very low, if he swallowed all of it, his strength would probably skyrocket by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. However, before he could finish cursing, the mini sky dragon interrupted. Forget it, there's no point in cursing. It won't relieve my hatred. I'll give you this jar of eternal youth spring water. Give me some blood to satisfy my craving. F***ck. Yi Xian suddenly had the urge to skin Mini Sky Dragon and pull out its tendons. However, when he saw Mini Sky Dragon suddenly take out the immortal spring water, he immediately smiled. Previously, when his realm was not high enough, he had overdrawn his life force to use the dragon capturing hand. Therefore, he had consumed a lot of the top-grade immortal spring water. Now, he only had 100 years left. However, this jar of immortal spring water was at least 200 years old. It was equivalent to making another transaction. It's nothing. Senior Master Long, you can have as many as you want. Without another word, Yi Xian took out all the health potions he had stored in his devour space. There were over 10,000 of them, and he had collected them out of boredom. Not bad, not bad. It's enough for me to drink for a while. Mini Sky Dragon nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, the health potions disappeared quietly. Even Yi Xian did not notice how they disappeared. Senior Master Long, do you still want more? If not, I'll continue to pretend. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. He felt that as long as he could please Mini Sky Dragon, he might be rewarded with more immortal spring water. If not, he could even slit his own throat immediately. No need, this is enough. You're quite cooperative, kid. You didn't let me get rid of Azura's eye in vain. Mini Sky Dragon said lightly. Azura's eye. When these 4 words fell into Yi Xian's ears, his body trembled. He knew that this must be the name of the giant eye just now. When he recalled the scene just now, his whole body trembled. If Mini Sky Dragon had not appeared, His original body and first clone would definitely have died. Senior Master Long, what's that Azura's eye? Yi Xian immediately followed the vine and asked. This Azura's eye almost killed him. Naturally, he had to find out what it was. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely take revenge. Just now, there was a will of death here, so this Azura's eye appeared. The owner of this Azura's eye is a big monster to you, so you're in big trouble. After Mini Sky Dragon finished speaking, Yi Xian's heart trembled. From the former's tone, the owner of this Azura's eye was probably extraordinarily powerful. At this time, Mini Sky Dragon said again, but you don't have to worry. You're just a small fry, so he won't take it to heart. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a little unhappy, but that was the truth. In front of a true powerhouse, he was just an ant. He did not even have the qualifications to know who the other party was. Master Long was beaten back to his original form by Lioli. I'm not strong enough to track down the owner of this Azura's eye. Just now, I only scared him off with my bloodline. After Mini Sky Dragon finished speaking, he looked around and said, however, that Azura's eye is condensed from a large amount of will of death. With its appearance, I'm afraid this place will be in chaos. Why would it be in chaos? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Didn't I just say that the Azura's eye is condensed from a large amount of will of death? Mini Sky Dragon rolled his eyes and snorted, Kid, take it easy. This handsome dragon is going to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, and then *CK that Lioli's immortal. Before Yi Xian could react, Mini Sky Dragon turned into a white gold light and directly left Yi Xian's sight. At this time, Yi Xian finally understood what Mini Sky Dragon meant by chaos. The immortal corpse king's will of death could cause such a big commotion. If that Azura's eye was condensed from a large amount of will of death, then wouldn't all the dead in the land of the dead jump out? Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the surrounding walking corpses were pouncing on him. There were only a few hundred of these walking corpses, and their strength varied. However, with the appearance of the Azura's eye, their strength increased rapidly, and the powerful ones even reached the manifestation realm. Earlier, because of Mini Sky Dragon, these walking corpses did not dare to approach. However, with Mini Sky Dragon's departure, Yi Xian became the walking corpse's target. You dare to cause trouble for me with just the likes of you? Yi Xian was very disdainful. He directly repelled these walking corpses, then quickly broke through the void and left.